All right, I think we're live on both YouTube streams. We should be live on TikTok. Welcome in, friends. Hey, it's been a hot minute since we did a Q&A. We've had some people asking to do a Q&A, and I just haven't really got around to getting one on the schedule. But today is as good as any, being that I'm not going to be on late tonight on the line. And there's some people watching the Super Bowl. In fact, I think most people that would want to come up and do a debate are most likely watching the Super Bowl. So I think tonight might be as good as any to do a little bit of Q&A for those who are not interested in the sports ball, or perhaps they are interested in the sports ball, but not so much in the teams that happen to be playing in the footy game. So welcome in, friends. I actually don't know what the score is on the game right now. I do. Am I watching the Browns in the Super Bowl? No. I listen, I'm not deluded. Like, I'm not a Christian anymore. I'm not deluded into thinking that my wildest fantasies get to come true. I don't think I'll be watching the Browns in the Super Bowl in my lifetime. I could be wrong. Listen, crazier things have happened. It's possible that that is a thing that could happen. It's in the realm of possibilities. Is it in the realm of likely possibilities? I don't think so. Just to be like completely sure, knowing what I know about the Cleveland Browns, I don't expect to see the Cleveland Browns in the Super Bowl very much. Hardly at all. Okay. Well, friends, we're going to be doing the Q&A tonight a little bit different. In the past, we've done mostly just from the comment section. I'm going to bring up some guests on tonight's Q&A that want to come up. I only ask that you kind of keep it brief. We don't want like long monologues or like super crazy testimonies. We actually don't need any of that. We're just doing question and answer. So if you've got a question, I'd be interested in to engage with the question. So more than happy to do that. Give me 1 second though. I got to do one thing before I forget. I have to add something to my canvas that I forgot to add earlier. 1 second. There we go. I forgot to enable a couple things. We'll get that enabled, and then we're going to add it on the vertical canvas as well. Sorry for the delay here, friends. There we go. Now we should be able to see everything. Okay. I think Adam is going to be our first guest, but we do have a chat from Reverend Nate at the beginning. The seminary educated. I knew a girl like that. Oh, a girl that was seminary educated. I feel like there's you could take that seriously, or you could take it as a dirty joke. I'd be curious to know how you're referring to it, Reverend Nate. But yeah, that is my stat line. That's my credential. Seminary educated, and I enjoyed it. Happy that I did. JM, hey, I really appreciate the $2 super thanks. Although it's, give me 1 second. There we go. Now it's showing. Big W, appreciate supporting the stream, and thanks for hanging out with me. I know a lot of people are going to be watching the Super Bowl, but hey, I'm glad that some of y'all are hanging out here with me. And Dash, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, where can I read those letters of the Sanhedrin that's supposed to mention Paul? Well, they don't. There's no letters in the Sanhedrin that mention Paul, but you can actually just Google them. They're on the internet, so you can go to Safaria. Let me grab you the website. I'll show you exactly where you need to go. There's a website that I use pretty religiously for accessing Jewish texts. It's Sefaria.org, Sefaria.org. And you'll have the writings from the Mishnah, Midrash, Talmud, all kinds of Jewish literature. You'll find everything in here. You'll find the writings of the Sanhedrin. I think there are over 100 what we might call books or chapters or tractates. So it's pretty vast. There's actually quite a bit of literature. But is there any mention in the writings of the Sanhedrin about Paul going out to round up Christians? No, no, I'm not aware of any, unless I just overlooked it. I've never found one. Reverend Nate with the clarification says, I spelled it. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah. Yep. Seminary, not seminary, dude. Yeah, you know what? Listen, sometimes my mind doesn't catch the dirty jokes. Usually it does. This one, it didn't. And that was good, Reverend Nate. That was a real joke, a real banger of a joke. Yeah, I did one right there. I gave you a joke right there. All right, let's grab Adam Brown from our guest queue, and we'll keep it rolling. How you doing, Adam?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not too much. How about you?
Just chilling, making some game day food, having a few cold ones or whatever, watching a little football. Can't complain.
I wouldn't. Who you rooting for?
Dude, I honestly, I used to could tell you every player on every team, where they went to school, what their stats were. This year, I didn't even know who was playing in the Super Bowl until like last week or earlier in the
Yeah,
week. Like, I can't, work and family, I can't keep up with it, man. Not
I
like I
get it.
used to anyway.
Yeah, totally get it.
I've got two quick questions for. Well, neither one of them are going to be quick on your end, but they'll be quick on my end. Um, I was talking to your favorite person, Constantine, last night that came into Unapologetic today,
Oh yeah, it seems
and
like a lot of people know him. That was my first time running into him.
well, it was my first time last night. Him and his goon squad came in my live, and that was an exciting time. I was running the contradiction from Matthew 2 to Luke 2 with Jesus' birth and the timeline,
Yeah.
where Matthew says Herod and Luke says under the census of Quirinius.
hmm
He brought me to the word prote in Luke because I don't speak Greek, so that's why I'm asking. I talked to Dalton about it and I wanted to get your take on it. He brought me to the word prote in Luke 2, trying to say that it means that this happened before the census of Quirinius, not during the census of Quirinius.
No, it certainly. I mean, we can pull up the passage. I've never heard that particular apologetic. But
I looked it up earlier, and I don't have it in front of me now, but I saw some places where some other people, I mean, of course, our New Testament scholars have tried to make that apologetic and trying to say that,
mhm.
like, prote would mean that it was before the census of Quirinius, which could be, I mean, then now you kind of can get around the contradiction because they're saying Luke's just saying everyone knows when the census was, Jesus was born before that, to try to get out of the chronological contradiction there.
So there are ways to say before in biblical Greek. Protes is not usually the way you would say before, although it wouldn't be completely out of place. Um, but that's not usually how you would say it. Protes typically you would use as like a cardinal, like first or beginning or the start of something. It's if you want to just say before, there are other words you can use for that. So that's why almost all the translations of this passage are going to say something akin to when the registration first took place or when it began to take place. Especially because the way that it's being used in the sentence is as an adjective. So, like, if it's an adjective it's a cardinal, it's describing typically the first or the beginning part of the census. Um, I get it. I
And that's
get
my
why the
understanding of it.
yeah.
And that was my
Um,
argument with him was like,
mhm.
I mean, then why does literally every biblical translation say it this way? And then you're telling me they're all wrong. Like, because I don't know of a single translation that would that translates it to say before the census of Quirinius.
Right.
Um,
It
you
well,
know,
it's also kind of silly, because what this would be suggesting then is something that's just not true. It would be suggesting that the census took place prior to Quirinius becoming governor, because that's how it would show up in the sentence. It would say this registration
yes.
before took place was governor of Syria, Quirinius. It's clunky. It does. That's not the way you would expect it to read in the sentence. But to be fair, Greek word ordering is kind of loose, so it's not like it's impossible. It's just would seems like it would be uncommon to word it that way. But what we know is that there wasn't a census prior to Quirinius. That wasn't a
Right.
thing. Right. So then at that point, you're saying, listen, first of all, the grammar doesn't really agree with you. The scholars don't agree with you. And the history doesn't agree with you. So, like, you need to make a better case then. Well, this one word seems like you could translate it this way sometimes. But if you translate it that way, then it comes up with something that's just flatly false, which is that there was a census prior to Quirinius and there wasn't.
And I think what he was trying to do was just get Quirinius out of the picture, and then I think point to maybe the census of like Archelaus, because I know didn't he try to take a census and then it failed? That's why they got rid of him because he sucked and he couldn't actually get the census done, or wasn't that
I'm
one of the
not
reasons he got deposed?
I'm not aware of that being the reason why he was deposed because he couldn't do a census. Like Archelaus, he did assess taxes, but my understanding was the reason why they did another census when Quirinius or when Quirinius, fuck me, I hate that name, Quirinius, when they did the census when he became governor because he assumed a larger territory. They used to have a separation between Syria and Judea. And my
Right.
understanding is when he became governor, they collapsed two different distinct regions into one region.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said, that was my, I mean, understanding of it. And then, like I said, even I think Irenaeus in Book Five even says that like the time of Luke, the census, like Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius, and that's what I was trying to get him to move to, and then he kind of dipped out because he just wanted to get me on Greek grammar because I don't speak Greek. But I
I
just wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my mind on that one.
I mean, I don't know much about this guy. I don't know if he actually reads Greek or if he just reads what other people say about it. But the reality is, like, all you really have to do, like, all he's done is he said, "Look, there's a way to read this that fits my preference." Like, you can easily just go, "Okay, well, none of the scholars agree with you. None of the translations agree with you," and just go to the scholarship and just ask, "Why is it that all of these scholars just happen to disagree with you? Who should I trust? You or all of the scholars that translated this as something different?" And like to be fair, like most likely he'll say something like, "Well, you should believe me because I'm right. I don't care what the scholars say." But the reality is, based on my very limited interaction with this guy, he certainly does care what the scholars have to say.
Right. Yeah, and like I said, I would assume he's. I mean, with a name like Constantine, he's probably either Orthodox or Catholics who would also probably care about what the church fathers say. And then he
Oh,
wouldn't
for
even let
sure.
me go to Irenaeus, which is kind of funny.
It's pretty wild,
Um,
actually.
one more question: the 7 weeks and the 62 weeks in Daniel 9. You
Mhm.
would say that starts in like roughly 605, right?
Oh, it's required to start in 605. You could push it down to like 587, but the reality is the chapter doesn't make any sense unless it starts at the beginning of their suffering because the 490 weeks or the 490 days is the amount of time that the devastation of Jerusalem needs to happen before it's completed. And you'll find that in chapter or in verse like 2, 3, and 4. So Daniel is praying in about 522. And he says, I perceived in the books of the number of years that according to the word of the Lord to the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. So he's saying, listen, the devastation of Jerusalem is supposed to be 70 years. So what the fuck gives? It's been 70 years. And then he figures out, oh yeah, because the curse written in the law of Moses has come upon us. Well, that curse is just that your punishment will last 7 times. So that means 70 times 7 for their punishment. So
Right.
whatever you think the 490 years is, it has to start at the beginning of their punishment.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because it couldn't start at this the decree to rebuild the temple, like the argument that likes to be given, because then that's stupid. Because it wouldn't make sense that you've already got the 70 years you're supposed to be in punishment, and the multiplication of seven would be an extension of that 70, not
Right.
some reworking of like a new 490 timeline. So when it says this the 7 weeks and then the 62 weeks, and then you have the 1 week in the middle, that would basically combine itself to land you at Onias the third, right?
Yeah, it depends on how you count. So a lot of scholars have noted that if you count the first week concurrently with the 62, then it lands you at 171 when Onias III was murdered. And given the clunky wording where it says seven, it'd be 1 week and then 62 weeks. It doesn't actually say and then in the Hebrew. It reads almost like they're counting the first week concurrent with the 62 weeks. They certainly could have made it so that they were successive, but it seemed to not want to do that. So if that's the case, you would get to 171. But if not, I don't really think it matters all that much. I don't think whoever wrote that section of Daniel knew their history very well. I think they were taking like large sweeps at the numbers, just hoping to get generally in the ballpark.
Right, because I had somebody trying to just bang their head against the wall saying that you're having to start at two different places because of the 7 weeks and for 62 weeks right there, that it's two different start dates. But I'm like, well, no, that doesn't mean two different start dates. It's just 7 weeks and then 62. That ends
Right.
up being 70 if you count the 1 week in the middle.
Right. Yep.
So,
And then
okay.
also, if like they want to push this narrative that it must be about a decree, well, the decree of Cyrus makes way more sense. Isaiah says twice that Cyrus is going to rebuild the city and the temple. And if you read the decree given in the Bible and the decree given by Josephus, he does in fact give commands and funds to build the city and to rebuild the temple. And so there's no reason why we would take that decree and say, no, that's not the one. It's this weird letter that was given to Nehemiah. The letter of Nehemiah isn't a decree. It's just a letter that granting him right of passage and a little bit of funds to rebuild a small section of the wall. That's it. Like it's not, it doesn't match what it says in Daniel. The best way to read Daniel is that the word that went out is a prophecy, namely the prophecy of Jeremiah that was given in 605, stating that they would be prisoners for 70 years. That's why at the beginning of the supplications, it says, at the beginning of your prayer, a word went out, and I've come to
Right.
declare it to you. So a word going out is a decree, or it's a word from God. It's not a decree.
Right. And that's the point that I was trying to make, was that, yeah, you go to Jeremiah, you see that it's a 70 years, and then you see where they have to bring Leviticus into it to rework why it's not 70 years. So
Right.
it's not a whole new 70 weeks. It's 70 weeks as starting from the beginning of the punishment. Because
Yep.
that's the whole reason they're talking about this is because of the punishment.
The whole reason why this chapter even exists is to explain why the 70 years prophecy didn't come true.
Right. And yeah, so that's what I went to. And then it was just more, well, no, it's actually the decree of Artaxerxes and all that goofy stuff. And I'm like,
Yeah.
it's not what it's talking about. It's talking about the punishment.
Certainly that is the case. Their reading comprehension is so low. You can spell it out to them, but like most likely they're just going to put their fingers in their ears and say nah, nah. But you can't control that. If they want to be that dumb, that's up to them.
Right. Okay. Well, that's really the only two things that kind of had me hitting the wall because I hate doing Daniel because you have to do math doing Daniel, and I'd rather just talk about words rather than numbers. That's a lot
I
easier.
get it. Totally get it.
So, all
Well,
right,
thanks for
man.
coming
Well, have a
on.
good
Best of
night.
luck to you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, have a good night,
Cheers.
man.
Yeah, it's really funny because a lot of these apologists actually can't be they can't be honest. No matter how good your argument is, they can't be honest and say, yeah, you got a good point. They'll just put their heads in the sand and say nah over and over again. Tim, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I work in satellite internet customer service. I'm closing alone. Super Bowl Sunday. We just had a complete network outage for about 45 minutes. Oh, fuck. You had a network outage during the Super Bowl? Shit, you're not getting bed at all tonight. Best of luck to you, Tim. That's a tough one. Hopefully you get everything figured out. I'm sure you will. And Gretchen, great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, thanks to you, Blitz, and Joel and Mezzo for the assist this morning. Big love. Hey, listen, if we can help, we'll help. Well, we always help wherever we can help within the community, just like you do. And also, by the way, those who don't know, Gretchen started a TikTok channel. Make sure you go and follow Gretchen's TikTok. It's Boots98C. That's the TikTok handle, Boots98C. Give her a follow. She's going to be going live soon. Oh, sorry. JMR, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, hi, Justin. How do you like the Bible as literature? Do you enjoy the characters and stories despite no longer being believing its truth claims? Yes, I like it more. In fact, I say this a lot in the Bible study I've been doing with Sarah. It's way more fun to read the Bible for what it is just a piece of historical or quasi-historical literature and also mythological stories it's way more fun as a piece of literature like that than it is a holy book. As a holy book, it sucks. Because you have to go back behind it. Every time you read some bullshit, you got to go back behind it and make excuses for it. As an atheist, you don't got to do that. You can just say, hey, it means what it says. And what it says is awful. Giant Joshua says, fix the name, oxymoron joke from Robot Chicken ages ago. You know what? That's one movie I never saw. Like, I always planned to watch it. I just never got around to. Maybe on my next vacation week, I'll get around to actually watching it. We'll see. So love your work love your work in this space. I hope to start my own show someday when I have more time. Well, Giant Joshua, I would certainly be rooting for you if you start your own channel. Let me know. We'll give some people. We'll tell everybody about it. Give some people to start with. But yeah, I really appreciate you watching. The channel really wouldn't be here without a bunch of really awesome people in the community that helped support what I'm doing. So we always got to remember to support each other. And KO, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, I think breathing is a good argument against God. Interesting. Making that a need caused untold suffering through history. Breathing is before the fall, so that isn't an excuse, any Christian justification. So I guess what you're saying is the fact that breathing can fail is a problem. Because we don't think about breathing. It just subconsciously our brain makes us breathe. I may not fully understand the problem that you're getting at, but I do agree that prior to the fall, if people could in fact fail to breathe properly, then yeah, I could see why that would be a problem. You know what I mean? Also, I do love watching Christians crash out in the comments when literally nothing is happening. Thomas says, you're such an idiot, Justin. I know, Thomas. That's why you won't come up here and debate me ever. It's because you're so smart. I'm just terrified of you. And last super chat for now from Pat says, hey, Justin, wanted to say hi and thanks for all you do. I'm a deconstructing Catholic. Well, congratulations. Welcome to reality. Wondering your take on the Roman Catholic Church saying it's the founding church. Love y'all. Well, the reality is the founding church is either the Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, or a combination of the two of them. I personally would say that they were probably a combined effort before the schism. It's hard to say though, because they seem to really pinpoint which church fathers they like. So it's hard to say if they were ever that unified, whether they were really in that much agreement at the early stages. But I mean, to be fair, it's either the Catholic or the Orthodox. One of those two are going to win out as being the founding church. But I mean, the reality is, I don't think it matters. I mean, if the myth isn't true, which church came first is kind of a meaningless endeavor. It's not meaningful to anyone involved, Okay, let me grab next in line. I think it's going to be MJu and then Brava Bruv. And then we've got some people in the YouTube queue to bring in. Welcome in, MJu. How you doing? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can hear you. This is my first time on TikTok, so I wasn't sure if this would work or not. I am 51 and atheist. I've been waiting for one of these Q&As because I wanted to run something by you.
Sure.
So, I believe it's Paul's letters to the church in Corinthians. In 1 Corinthians 11:1, Paul tells the church to be imitators of Christ, sign of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2 Corinthians 11:1, which is actually my favorite Bible verse, he tells them, I wish you would put up with a little of my foolishness. Yeah, you do put up with me. And it seems to be he's telling the church that Christ is foolish. At least that's my take of reading it. And you being the scholar, I'd be happy to hang up and listen to your take. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Well, let's read a couple verses here and see what exactly it's saying. 1 Corinthians 11 is kind of a famous passage talking about the women and the head coverings. I guess I've never heard it in parallel with 2 Corinthians 11, so let's pull it up and throw it on the board. Okay, and he already dropped. That's fine. We'll get it read up in here. Okay, it says, I wish you would put up with me in a little foolishness. Yes, do put up with me. I feel a divine jealousy for you, for I promised you in marriage to one husband to present you as a chaste virgin to Christ, but I am afraid that as the serpent deceived Eve by its cunning, your thoughts will be led astray from a sincere and pure devotion to Christ. I'm not entirely sure I know where the foolishness comes in at just yet in this passage. For if someone comes and proclaims another Jesus than the one we proclaimed, or if we receive a different spirit from the one you received, or a different gospel from the one you accepted, you put up with it readily enough. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So he's saying if there's some disagreement, you guys put up with the disagreement very well. I think that I am not in the least inferior to these super apostles. Oh, now he's always comparing himself to the apostles Paul is. He's so insecure. Even if I am untrained in speech, I certainly am not with respect to knowledge. Certainly in every way and in all things, we have made this evident to you. So I guess I don't know what the foolish part is. Let me see what he was trying to get at with 1 Corinthians 11:1. Just says, I commend you because you remember me in everything and maintain the traditions just as I handed them to you. But I want you to understand that Christ is the head of every man, and man is the head of every woman, and God is the head of Christ. Yeah, I mean, that is the case. I guess I hate to give such an unsatisfactory answer, but I don't really understand the question. And you already dropped down, so I can't really get clarification on it. I don't really know what the question is, my friend. Maybe you can help clarify what the question is, and I can provide an answer that is a little bit more satisfactory. But as it stands, I guess I don't really know what you're asking for with these two passages. I can reread your chat, see if it makes more sense the second time around. Oh, that wasn't it. Oh no, you didn't chat it. You came up and mentioned it. I don't know. Listen, if you want to actually get into it, just pop back up in the guest box. We'll cover it again, and maybe I can figure out what you're getting on about. Unfortunately, I guess I just don't really follow. The amount of Christians crashing out right now is wild, though. It is true, Frankie. We do follow Satan here, and now you are too, because you're following us. So I mean, a little bit of that. Matthew, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, curious about your EE degree. Was this before or after seminary, and why did you choose that? Love your work. Yeah, I started engineering when I was in my last 2 years of high school, and then I did 2 more years after that, and then I did 2 years of Bible college, and then I did seminary. So that was the order of operation. And the reason why I did it that way is because I wanted to have like a real career, and I wanted to use my seminary degree specifically to plant a church. And in order to do that, you need some money. And I thought, well, the only way to do that really effectively is to have like a real life job that pays well, like engineering. And then I can work on the side to either plant a church or to rebuild a church and eventually move from engineering into pastoral ministry. Most people who go to school for ministry never end up in full-time ministry. There's so high of a need, but the need is never as high as the number of pastors out there. There's a ton of pastors on the market that can't get jobs. It's kind of one of those situations where there's a oversaturation of educated pastors. And surprisingly, still about 40% of churches in America have a pastor that is entirely uneducated, which is crazy. There are fully educated pastors out there right now that can't find jobs, while entirely uneducated pastors are in the pastorate, and for obvious reasons, because the educated ones are typically dirty, rotten liberals. So what are you going to do? You can't hire the dirty, rotten liberal pastor, you know? Nikosi says, why shouldn't I believe Jeremiah 31:33 isn't the new covenant? I guess it is. I don't understand the question. I've never claimed that it's not. What I'm saying is that the new covenant in Jeremiah 31 is not the new covenant of the New Testament. So, and it's also true that the word you find here for new covenant also can just be used to say renew, like the renewed covenant. You would use the same word either way. But let me explain to you why the New Testament doesn't fit what you need. I'm going to open up the passage here. So when this happens, right, it says, this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. after those days, says the Lord, I will put my law within them. So it includes the law still yet, and I will write it on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they will be my people. Did that happen? Not really, because he's talking about the Israelites here. Like, this is not just anybody, this is the Israelites, right? It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant or a renewed covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. So this is something happening between God and the two houses of the Israelites. This is not about the nations. This is not about Gentiles. And then he goes in even further. He says, when this happens, no longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest, says the Lord. So when this happens, when Jeremiah 31 happens, a couple things are going to be true. All of the Jewish people will be reunited. They'll be brought back to the land, and every single one of them will know the Lord. And they will, in fact, have a renewed covenant with the Lord. So this is not about anything Jesus did. Nothing in Jeremiah 31 was fulfilled in Jesus. Nothing at all. That's just, them's is the cold, hard facts. And Yoda, thank you for the additional question, says, what is it called when you think there's a creator but not a God? More like, we're in forgotten ant farm. Someone, something made the universe, then forgot or just didn't care. What is it? So typically we refer to that as deism. Like, there's a God out there that kind of like poofed everything into existence and then fucked off. Deism works good for that. If you want to have a little bit of fun, you can say that it was created by God, but the God-eating penguin ate him and now he doesn't exist anymore. You could also say there's the self-destructing creation unicorn. The self-destructing creation unicorn only has one job. It creates and then it self-destructs. Like, there's so many things you can do to get to the creation of something from nothing, but then still account for the fact that everything's fucked up. Those are a couple of the ways. And also for the follow-up question, Yoda, I appreciate that. Big W says, imagine a being of some sort just walking around in their realm and they accidentally drop something. Then, boom, that starts our universe. The being just keeps on walking. What would that belief be called? Rock hard for Doug and fuck ice. Big W. So like an accidental creation, like the God's realm is so powerful that they like trip and fall and knock something over and it creates this kind of like, you can knock over like a jar of honey and before you know it, you've got like a new ant colony or something like that. So is there a name for that? Like an accidental creative act? I don't know. I can't say that I've ever heard of anything for that. Let me see. I bet ChatGPT might know. If it doesn't know an answer to this, it might actually be able to make something up for us. Let's see. I asked, what would God be called if it created everything by a cosmic accident? Yeah, there's no answer. It's just all jokes. The sleeping God, absent-minded God, drunken creator, cosmic misfire, entropic God. Just all kind of tongue-in-cheek answers. Yeah, I don't know if there's a name for this, Yoda. I mean, it feels like there should be a name for it, but I've never heard one. All right, this is gonna be our last super chat before we get back to the audio guests. Side, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, I have so many questions, but would be too nervous to call. That's okay. That's why we're going back and forth between super chats and Q, because some people feel better talking through it. Some people don't want to be, exposed, not exposed, but they don't want to feel like all the eyes are on them. Says, I have so many questions, too nervous to call. Explain how Christians think their morals are correct and atheists have no morals. I find it to be opposite. It is opposite. And I'll tell you what happened is they were tricked by C.S. Lewis into thinking that they have objective morals. There's kind of two ways to do this. You could say that morals are objective and they're written on our heart. But the problem with that is that morals can't be subjective because Christians believe that morals come from their God. If their God determined what is moral and what is immoral, then what that means is that they're subjective. It's just that the mind that they're subject to is the mind of God rather than the mind of men. Now, something being subject to the mind of God still doesn't make it objective to us. Like something that exists objective is entirely independent of any and all minds. You can't special plead for God's mind to be the only exception. The other thing is, they've been told by the philosophers that atheists don't have objective morals, therefore they should never be allowed to make moral claims, because they want to press on you every moral claim needs morals to be objective, or else it's just someone's opinion. Well, newsflash, it is just fucking someone's opinion. Until you can demonstrate that morals are objective, which they'll never be able to do, the best you can ever do is say, yes, this moral claim is my opinion. We can debate about whether or not you think it's good or whether or not you think it's bad, but it's never going to be objective. And your moral claims are never going to be objective either. While it does suck that we cannot appeal to some objective moral fact, as far as I can tell, just because that thing, it sucks, in no way has anything to do with whether or not there are or are not objective morals. So that's what I would say to them. And if you want further, tell them to go read about the Euthyphro dilemma that Plato wrote about. Plato already answered this question about whether or not morals are objective or not objective. Well, he didn't answer whether or not they are objective or not objective. He did give you the prerequisites you need to have the debate of, like, what does it mean for them to be objective? Do the gods issue commands because those commands are already objectively moral, which means they exist independent of the gods? Or do they become good when the gods issue them, making divine command theory true? That's the debate that Plato is having through the voice of Socrates. And he had it a long time ago. So we shouldn't be rehashing this debate in today's day and age. But yeah, here we are. All right, let's get... Oh, bruv. Welcome in, bruv.
Howdy. Doing all right?
Yeah, how about you?
Could be better. This cold weather, man, it's killing me.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, try to stay warm the best you can. What question you got tonight?
So it was a broad question about like the origins of like the universe. So I am a atheist. So I do basically believe exactly what you do about like the cosmos. But anyway, a lot of theists will claim that for the universe to be how it is, if it were changed in any way at all, it would be completely different. But I kind of reject that, because isn't that like a form of survivor's bias?
Maybe. I know the claim you're referring to. I've heard it quite a few times. And there's a couple problems with it. One is, yes, if the constants of the universe... Also, bruv, I don't know what's happening over there, but you've got a ton of noise, and it's really loud.
I'm so sorry.
If you could stop
right
moving around, that'd be really helpful. It sounds like this.
Okay, sorry.
That's all I can hear is this, you know what I mean? Okay.
I got you.
So the claim, yes, if the constants of the universe or the fundamental principles of the universe were different, I agree, they would be different. So what? That's meaningless to me. Yes, they would still be different. Would the universe exist? Yeah, why would the universe not exist? Would we exist? I don't know, fucking probably not. Who cares? The universe doesn't have a goal in mind. The universe isn't trying to create humans. It's not trying to create life. So just saying that if something was different, there would be a different outcome, we fucking agree. So what? What's that got to do with God?
Exactly. It's like, if your mom and dad didn't meet, then I wouldn't be here. Well, I mean, yeah, that's true.
Exactly, yeah, but that doesn't mean that my mom and dad were divinely inspired to boink. You know what I mean? That just means that there would be a different course of events if they have chosen differently.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. I think you see the inherent problem in the claim. It's just kind of a silly claim. It's just kind of one of those things where if you spend zero amount of time thinking about it, it might sound like it's a good thing to say, but the minute you think about it for even a second, you're like, yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you just put like one minute brain cell power into it.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. It's surprising how many claims from apologists immediately fall apart the second you just ask one question.
Exactly, yes. But I'm going to go ahead and get off here. I think I'm being a little bit too loud still, so.
It got better since you stopped moving around, but we can still hear it a little bit.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
thanks for coming up,
sorry.
friend.
All right, though.
No worries.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers.
I have no idea what's happening over there, but it sounds like the phone was in his pocket and he was like moving around with the phone in his pocket. I couldn't quite grasp what was happening. All right, friends, we're going to grab a couple people from our YouTube queue. Gavin was in the queue first, so let's grab Gavin. Welcome in, Gavin.
Hey, Justin, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. So I discovered your channel about 2 months ago, roughly around 2 months ago, and I before that, I've been familiar with Christianity for a long time, and your channel pretty much helped me deconstruct, and I just want to thank you for that. So,
Hey, man, happy to help.
yeah, absolutely. So I had a question that's been on my mind a little bit. I've been trying to find an answer, but it's been a little difficult. So the first question is, uh, why did Jesus go out of his way to be tortured to death, if that's actually the context of what happened? Because he did predict his death a few times in Matthew. Supposedly that's what it says. So I was wondering about that.
Yeah, so I think there's the two questions we need to ask preliminarily, which is, do we believe that Jesus knew he was going to die? I think he did. I think he probably did think that he needed to die. By the time we already get to Jesus, we do have some people within the Jewish community with the idea that the Messiah does need to suffer. Like, there were certainly people who believed that. Even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you can see like the supposed teacher of righteousness, basically, I wouldn't say boast, but I mean, pretty close to boasting about the suffering, fulfilling scripture, right? So there certainly was an idea that possibly they must die. Now, is there a belief in this early form of Christianity that the Messiah would die and rise again? It's hard to say because his disciples are like, what are you talking about? Every time Jesus is like, well, I have to be drugged before the priests and the Pharisees and whatnot, and I'm going to have to, be killed and rise on the third day. They're like, oh, God forbid. No, don't do that. Right. So it's not entirely clear that his disciples were on board with this. But if Jesus truly believed he was the Messiah, and if he truly believed that the Messiah needed to die before they usher in the end of the age, then you can certainly make a case that Jesus was delusional. Just like, you've probably heard me talk about Jerusalem syndrome. Every year, about 100 people are hospitalized with Jerusalem syndrome. They take a pilgrimage over to Jerusalem, and they're so overcome by the spiritual fervor that they begin to enter psychotic modes where they believe that they are the reincarnation of Jesus and that they are the second coming, and then they get hospitalized. Was Jesus one of these people that grew up in a hyper-religious, fundamentalistic state that caused his particular brain to be convinced through some sort of manic or psychotic episode that he was the Messiah? Sure. I actually knew a guy, or I apologize, I knew his wife. She was a friend of mine who, unfortunately, a couple of years ago, probably 6 years ago now, committed suicide during a psychotic break. And he wasn't even religious, but every time he stopped taking his medication and he started to have these psychotic breaks, he became hyper-religious, thinking that he was Jesus. So I think it's very common to find people, even today and throughout history, who have these psychotic breaks and really believe that they are some sort of deified savior figure.
Yeah, that that kind of pertains to what is it called? Religious psychosis. I've kind of looked into that a little bit, and that I can definitely see that being real. Like, people will believe, like, if they really believe something, they'll go out of their way to actually enact it in a certain way, even if it's not. Even if there's no evidence for it. Like, it's pretty crazy what simple beliefs will
Yeah,
cause you to and say and all that stuff.
it's true.
Um, and the other question I had was basically like, um, it kind of ties into the religious viewpoints of, um, I don't know, it's like Jesus thinking that sickness was caused by demons and things like that. That was,
Yeah.
he actually believed that, right? He was,
So, I mean, everybody did. In fact, if you want kind of like a window into the ancient world on how they understood these unclean spirits, I'm going to put a book recommendation up on the screen real quick. I like there's a lot of books that have been written on this. This is really short, and it's not really topical. It's more like first-hand resource, primary resources. Um, Let me find it. I know. I see a kitty. All right. So it's a 2-volume series, and you can get them both on archive.org for free. They're in the open domain now. And the books are really super interesting. It's called The Devils and Spirits of Babylonia. And there's going to be a volume 1 and a volume 2. And what you'll discover in here, they've got some incantations against unclean spirits. And you'll also discover that during the incantation, there's like these descriptions of the unclean spirits. So as part of their ritual text, they did enough describing of the unclean spirits that you kind of get an idea of what they believed about them. And it just so happens that this is what everybody in the ancient world believed. The Jews, the Egyptians, all of them believed, because they didn't know about germs, like you said, right? So it must be something immaterial and unseen, like a spirit, like a malevolent
like
spirit.
like a virus.
Exactly, yeah. Because if you don't know, you don't know.
No, yeah, I can't imagine what it'd be like to live like that.
Right. Yeah.
Not know. That's pretty crazy.
And there's all kinds of entities in the ancient world that they thought existed, causing problems. So one of them, a really famous one, is called the tooth worm. So they believed that tooth pain was caused by like a super microscopic worm. The irony of ironies is that they're not terribly far off. I think that's closest they ever get in the ancient world to a germ is the microscopic worm. But they just thought that because you got holes in your teeth, then that could only be caused by a worm because worms burrow.
It's kind of like
yeah,
like an irrational fear.
mm-hmm. Yep.
So
So
you
yeah,
don't know something, you kind of fill in the gaps in your own head, and it can be quite wild.
Yeah, I mean, people in the ancient world, I mean, they weren't stupid. They were just dealing with the information that they have. We have more information now. It just so happens, though, that Jesus agrees with them, which is a problem if Jesus is God.
Absolutely, I agree with that. So I think a big deal with religion and Christianity for me was the good things that are mentioned in the Bible. Um, if you know what I mean. So what I'm trying to say is like I think it's deceptive in a way where it's like saying like I don't know like love your neighbor. People also would always talk about that and like that must mean the Bible's good. It's kind of like a way to associate with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see wanting to identify with some of the good parts of the Bible, but I think a lot of people that are doing this, like if you're not a Christian or if somebody you know is not a Christian and they're trying to say, well, the Bible's got this good stuff in it, typically that's a form of like them just trying to keep the peace and trying to fit in. I think if you press them like one-on-one alone on some of the nonsense of the Bible, you could probably get them pretty easily to admit that the Bible's bullshit and full of horrific practices. But in public, surrounded by Christians, some people feel that social pressure to find some point of agreement.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, church is probably not a good place to go to anymore. Not, I mean,
I wouldn't.
I knew in the military they have these people called chaplain assistants.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably like the most um, how do I say this? It's not necessarily an easy job, but it's bullshit. You get paid for it
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah,
So
basically.
uh, it was pretty crazy. But anyway, I wanted to get to the next topic. So, do you think anything supernatural exists,
No,
like ghosts
nothing.
or entities or anything like
Nope,
any paranormal activity that ever crossed your mind?
nothing.
Never questioned it?
I don't know what you mean by never. I mean, do I question it today? No, I have zero belief in any of these entities. When I was deconstructing, it crossed my mind, but not anymore.
Okay. That's about all I have.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear from you, Gavin. Best of luck on your deconstruction journey. The journey is just as fun as the destination, so try to enjoy all your learning.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sure
Have a
thing.
good night. All right.
Cheers. FW. I always love to hear people that have worked through the deconstruction. It's difficult, but it's so worthwhile to do it, you know? Alex, my friend, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is a huge piece of support for the channel. It says, hey, Justin, so in 2 Kings, where Elijah was ascended in heaven, oh yeah, chapter 2, I heard someone say that the Hebrew actually means that they were floating? No, get the fuck out of here. Somebody said that. I will almost guarantee that the word they use is some form of a law, which means to go up, but we'll check it. It says that means floating and not actually in heaven. What do I say that I'm trying to show my ultra religious coworker the truth? I mean, I would take them to I hate using like websites like Blue Letter Bible or Bible Gateway or Bible Hub, but for what we're doing right here, I think this will be just fine. Take them to 2 Kings chapter 2. I think it's verse 11 is what we're looking for. Let me double check. I'll put it up on the screen. And I would just take them to the dictionary. Easy enough. I mean, there's a lot of arguments that get settled just by going to a dictionary. All right, I think we're in verse 11 for that, right? Let's see. Yep, went up. Okay, chariot of fire. And yep. Yeah, it is. So this verb right here, the way that it's conjugated, va'ya'al, is a form of a law. The hey at the end of it has dropped off, and you've got a prefix here for the third person singular in the perfect tense. And so if you go to the actual dictionary entry of that word, you'll find Allah, which is what I assumed it would mean. If you go down to the lexicon in the Brown Driver Briggs, it means to go up or to ascend, or that's it. Doesn't say anything about floating. If it was going to say floating, you would expect a word like mirakefet. Mirakefet is a popular word that refers to hovering. So, for example, in Genesis, when it says that the Spirit was brooding over the waters of the deep, you find that participle, the hifil participle form, mirakefet. And that's what I would expect if hovering was in the text, but we don't have that in the text. So yeah. In fact, you could even take them to the passage. Hold on, take them to the passage and then to the dictionary and just say, this is the word that you should expect. Here's mirakefet, and the root word should be rakaf, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the root word is rakaf, and this means to flutter, to move, or to shake, but depending on the verb, it can also mean to hover or to brood, depending on how it's conjugated. So in the PL form, in the intensive form, it means to hover. So I would just tell them, listen, the word we would expect for hover doesn't show up in the passage. The word that we would expect for ascend does show up in the passage. So to me, I just think it's a pretty open and shut case. It's an interesting hermeneutic, though, or apologetic. I've never heard that one. Never. I wonder who came up with that, because that is a terrible one. Yoda, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, and on this day, the first church of accidentalism was created. Indeed. Birthed from the teachings of the rock prophet Justin. All are welcome. It was an accident. We might as well make the best of it. Indeed. Friends, we are a cosmic stardust accident. We are like the flecks of dirt on the bottom of somebody else's shoe that'll get flicked off. And it doesn't matter. That test you failed, that ball game you lost, none of that matters. It's not going to matter. No one cares. But you know what does matter? You're alive now, and you can enjoy this fucking experience. It might not matter to some others, but it matters to you. So do yourself a favor and try to enjoy being alive. You owe it to yourself. And hiding private, thank you for the super chat, says, hey, Justin, since you don't seem to mind, I'd love to get your eyes on my efforts. I dropped a 1-hour prosperity gospel debunk, and I'm trying to shift into the community. Love ya. Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, I would love it. One of my favorite topics, even as a Christian, was bashing on the prosperity gospel goofballs that are taking advantage of the poorest people in society. Send me the video. I'm more than happy to watch it and to share it with friends. Big W for getting into the fight and trying to fight the good fight, my friend. And also Meg, good to see you tonight, says, have never heard a satisfactory explanation for why Abraham wasn't sent to hell for lying about Sarah. Lying is a sin. Sin equals hell. So Meg, this is very good. So in the Hebrew Bible, you don't go to hell for committing a sin. In fact, hell is basically Sheol, and everybody goes to Sheol. So the fact that Abraham was destined to Sheol doesn't actually say anything about his righteousness or his salvation. The reality is this idea of afterlife or a resurrection of the dead was the earliest formation of getting out of hell, right? It wasn't that there was a heaven or a hell. It was that everybody went to Sheol. But at the end of days, the truly righteous people would be resurrected out of Sheol. But this idea of hell being this fiery abode where people are tortured for all of eternity because they committed one sin, that's not in the Hebrew Bible, unfortunately. That's something that you have to add into it to find it. You have to take that from the New Testament and superimpose it on the Old Testament. It's not actually there. So hopefully that helps. Also, while lying we typically treat as a sin, I would point this out. I don't think it's a sin in the Hebrew Bible. I don't see anything in the Hebrew Bible that would cause one to believe that merely lying is a sin. It seems to be something the New Testament gets at, but not the Old Testament. In fact, God rewards people for lying in the Hebrew Bible. So I actually don't think the God of the Old Testament cared if you sinned or if you lied, as long as you're doing it for a good cause. And BD says, are there Christians who know as much as you? Fuck it. Yes, there are. There absolutely are Christians that know as much and more than I do. The problem is most of them agree with me. So that's why you don't see them out here debating me, because they fucking agree with me. All of my opinions, all of my thoughts and musings on the scriptures were not my invention. Like, these are things that scholars have been debating for a long time. Everything that I tell you on this live stream and other live streams, I can find you in the scholarship where that opinion was became popularized. So yes, there are a lot of Christians that know way more than I do. It just happens to be that they're not really my opposition. And Philo, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, yeah, I'm morally superior because I get my objective morals from a being that demands I unalive for wearing a polycotton shirt. Diamond cutter for Doug. Indeed. Listen, if I don't have morals because I refuse to worship a sky carcass that demands the killing of infants, women, and children in war and allows for the raping and murdering of women, I guess I just don't have morals then. I'll live with that. I'm okay with that. I'll be without morals. I don't need those morals. And Cryo, thank you for the super chat, says, I was talking to a Christian about the punishment of David's adultery with Bathsheba, and they told me David's wives got punished because having multiple wives is a sin. Thoughts? Well, kind of. Having multiple wives is not a sin. There's only one prerequisite for kings. God says in Samuel, when he's giving the warnings for the kings, it says that kings should not multiply their wives. This is actually a Hebrew idiom. To multiply something typically means to have lots of it, right? So that being said, the prohibition is to not have many wives, and specifically not to have foreign wives, because if you have foreign wives, they will distract you, right, from worship of the one true God, right? They're a liability, not an asset. And so that's why you've got the prohibition against the multiplicity of wives. But that being said, most of David's wives, while they may have been Jewish, they have no choice in the matter. If the king comes to you and says, "You're my next bride," first of all, they haven't done anything wrong. And second of all, what are they going to do? Say no? Like, do you honestly think if when a king comes to your door and says, "You're the one I'm marrying next," do you really have the option of saying no? Come on. Let's be honest. There's no real consent there. It's not the case. So that's what I would say. And even if the women did do something wrong, marrying somebody who shouldn't have that many wives, that in itself is not worthy of being fucking raped. That's horrific. Absolutely horrific. If that's the case, then which crimes are worthy of rape and which ones aren't? Because now it seems like any crime you commit, you should get raped. Like, just what a nonsensical apologetic position. I wish Christians would think about these arguments. All right, last super chat. I want to get our next guest in here, which I believe is going to be Reckless Religion and then Gummy. President Christopher says, "Wild Man Chris here." Oh, Wild Man Chris, good to see you again. We do need to have a word. I appreciate the $10 super chat though. Says, "Can we live stream in the near future explaining how I believe Trinity is? I know you don't believe. I just want a dialogue. Y'all can roast me afterwards and ask my questions." Well, Chris, I would have said yes 9 times out of 10 until you said that you wanted to murder Matt Dillahunty. That was when you crossed the line, right? The minute you started making murderous threats to people within the community was the moment when I don't think you get to be platformed anymore. And I get it. My heart goes out to you. I know your situation and I get it. I know you're in a tough spot in life, but I have to be careful about who gets platformed on my channel, and I cannot platform people that promote violence. That's where I'm at. Sorry about that, man. All right, let's get Gummy in here from the TikTok queue. Yeah, people in the chat don't know about this yet. It's on the internet. Yeah, it's pretty bad, guys. Gummy, welcome in.
Oh my god. I can friend someone right now, bitch.
Hey Gummy?
Oh, hi.
How you doing?
Sorry,
Okay.
I had a question. I wondered if you could talk more about Black Hebrew Israelites. You mention them sometimes, but you never really go in depth because there are very few of them. Could you explain what that is?
Okay, so the Black Hebrew Israelite is a group of people who really think that the black race is truly the true Israelites. And there's a couple ways that they come about this conclusion. The first and most popular method is they look at the blessings and curses in Deuteronomy 28 through 30, and they say, look at these curses that God told the Israelites that they're going to experience. These are all things that we went through. And they're like, oh, we must be Israelites, which is a terrible misuse of a text. Also, if you just read chapter 28, it's clear that a bunch of the stuff in there never happened to them. The other thing that they'll do is they'll say, look, we know that a bunch of Jews came down into Africa at some point, and they must have stayed there and repopulated. There's a really strong tradition that they descended down into Ethiopia and planted roots down there. And then there's also a tradition in West Africa. And so what they'll say is, well, listen, it turns out that our DNA, because the Jews came down here and settled down here, is of Jewish descent. And we're the remnants of that. Well, unfortunately, our DNA, the DNA evidence that we have demonstrates that that's not the case, that the DNA, the human DNA started in Africa and then left Africa, not the other way around. It didn't start in Africa, go to the Levant, and then come back to Africa. That's not the route that it took, right? So the DNA evidence is against them, but those are kind of the two things they're going to tell you that will try to convince you that they are actually Hebrew Israelites. And my take on it is I get it. If you are of the African American descent, like the entire world has been shitting on you for a long time. The Arabs enslaved you, the Europeans and other Americans enslaved you. We came in and took all your fucking resources. Like, I can totally understand why you would come upon this idea, like, oh, actually, it's not that the world fucked us up that bad. It's that God was punishing us because we're actually special, right? So I feel like it's one way for them to kind of reclaim this feeling of being unique and special and having a place in the world, despite the horrific stuff that has happened to the African American people. But that's just my take on it. I'm sure some people might have a different take. There's a guy in our community named Sebastian Cole. Nowadays, he goes by Pinkbeard. This is a topic that he really gets into. In fact, in the past, when I've had Black Hebrew Israelites up here, I've tried to get Sebastian up here with me so that he can talk to the subject. But yeah, that's my take on it. That's kind of that's how I've experienced it so far.
Okay, thank you. That kind of explains a lot. I have this sounds unrelated, but can you be a Black Hebrew Israelite and also be a Muslim?
It is possible. There's a way forward for that. I think it's silly, because if you're a Black Hebrew Israelite, presumably you believe that the Old Testament God is real and that the teachings of the Old Testament are real. But if to be a Muslim, you have to also believe that the Hebrew Bible was corrupted and it's not really true anymore. So you do have to grab onto two competing religions for that to work. They don't really marry each other. So it depends. If you don't really know anything about the Hebrew Bible and you don't really know anything about the Quran, you could theoretically become a Black Hebrew Israelite Quran follower. I've met only one of them ever. And I do have it clipped on my live stream or on my main channel. But
Really?
I've only
Which
met
one?
one of them ever. Let me see if I can
Do
find it.
I'm sorry. I ask you this because um the ideologies of Black Hebrew Israelites sounds exactly what my mother believes, but she's also a Muslim. And then every time I ask her, like, I talk about her religion, she denies that it's a religion. She says, no, it's not a religion, it's a lifestyle. I'm one of the followers. I'm Islamic. I follow the Nation of Islam, but I'm not. She
Ah,
doesn't associate with those other people. She goes to specific mosques that have those specific beliefs
yeah.
about. I don't
Uh,
understand any of it. It's like she like doesn't want to tell me. She'll never call herself a Black Hebrew Israelite
right.
or anything.
The Nation of Islam is like a super heretical sect of Islam. Like if you talk to anybody in mainline, like in like the mainline Islamic religion, they're going to tell you that if you're part of that cult, that you have nothing to do with Islam. It's kind of like people that are like Mormon. Like if you ask a Christian, are the Mormons Christian? They're like, fuck no, they're not Christian. If you ask a Muslim if the, I'm sorry, I forgot the name of it. It was just in my head. Uh, what do you call it again?
Uh, what was I
Islamic
saying? The Nation of Islam?
Islamic Brotherhood or the Nation of Islam. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
If you ask a Muslim about the Nation of Islam, they're going to tell you that it's like their equivalent of the like the Book of Mormon or the Mormon doctrine. All right, so the video that you want on my main channel is just says a Quran believing BHI goes manic trying to prove Jesus is the Messiah. This is the only Black Hebrew Israelite I've ever talked to that believes in the Quran, and we didn't get to talk about it that much, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Great help.
Okay. Okay, that was it. Bye. Thank you.
Cheers. Man, imagine being in a family where they believe all that kind of nonsense, where you've got like all these, they're not just in one cult. They're not just in one crazy cult. They're in two crazy cults. What a mess. What an absolute mess. Yoda coming in again with an additional question. Thank you. Says, what's the apologetic to get around the test for an unfaithful wife, aka the abortion miscarriage ritual in Numbers 5:11 through 31? How can I counter that apologetic? Stay accidental, my friends. Well, the apologetic for Numbers 5 with the potion, the only apologetic they could possibly have, which is the only one I've ever heard, is, well, she's not pregnant, right? This ritual assumes that she's not pregnant. However, nothing in this ritual assumes that she's not pregnant. It just says, if the spirit of jealousy comes upon her husband, this is what you do. Now, it might be that the spirit of jealousy comes upon her husband because she starts to get a baby bump and he's like, hey, I don't fucking know about this. We haven't done the deed in a little while here. I'm trying to figure out why you're showing right now. Then, if that's the case, they go before the priest, and it turns out that the child is illegitimate. That child's going to die. Her womb is going to discharge, and she's going to miscarry. Now, there is a case to be made that in the original text, it doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to miscarriage. There's a way of reading it if you ignore parts of it. There's a way of reading it to say that she just won't conceive. But it doesn't actually address the problem as to whether or not she had already conceived when she got there, right? And so that's the difficulty in the text. But that's the only hermeneutic you'll find is, well, she couldn't have been pregnant when she got there. The text itself doesn't say that at all. In fact, her being pregnant or not being pregnant, it seems to be irrelevant in the text. If she's pregnant, she's about to miscarry. And Sand Sensibility, thank you for the super chat, says, thanks for the conversation on AXP tonight. I thought that was you. I assumed it was. A great book to pass on for parents of kids who want to learn about religions is The Belief Book by David McAfee. I've heard that name before, but I don't think I've read that book. Let me grab it real quick. Belief by David McAfee. Yeah, I see it. It is on Amazon, and it's only $22. The Belief Book. It looks like it's made for youngins. The animation looks pretty cool, actually. Pretty good animation. Yeah, thanks for the recommendation, Sans. Really appreciate that. And also, thanks for calling in earlier on AXP. It was good to hear from you. Last super chat for now. We'll get more later. From Jay Bendersnatch. Wild name. Thank you. Says, game of tag. If I run fast enough, you'll never catch me. Argument from tag. If I run my mouth fast enough, you'll never catch me. That is 100% true, Jay. That's the tag game. The game is to give the argument as fast as possible, try to make it so that they can't really understand the argument, and then strut around claiming victory before the discussion has really even started. That's kind of the goal. All right, let's get Joseph in here, and then we'll get M after that, and then we'll switch back to get... Actually, I promise that we get Reckless. So we'll get Joseph, and then Reckless, and then M. How you doing, Joseph?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Hey, Justin.
Joseph, what's in your mind?
I just got a quick question. When Jesus says, here, I'll just give it first.
Mhm.
It's Mark 7, like 14 through
Yeah, about the clean and unclean
24.
foods.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
So I've heard you say a lot of times he agrees with the Mosaic Law, but this doesn't appear to me.
Actually does. So this is where you do have to kind of get really intentional about how this is read. My translation makes it a little bit more clear what's happening in the passage. So in the passage, hold on a second. I got to move my web browser so you're not blocking it. Okay, there we go. So in the passage, what you'll find is this statement is in parentheses. It says, since
Right.
it enters not the heart, but the stomach and goes into the sewer, and thus he declared foods clean. Now, what you have to understand is that this is not Jesus's words. This is what
Right.
Mark is saying about Jesus, right? So I don't think Jesus ever once said anything to diminish the law, but this is the one case where the gospel author himself heard Jesus say something and I believe misunderstood what he said.
Okay, I can definitely see that because I noticed the sister verse in Matthew 15 doesn't. It seems to have a little more of a Jewish tilt,
Yeah.
which fits in line with the rest of the book as well.
Yep.
Of course.
Yep. It nobody that I know of in scholarship would believe that Jesus uttered these words. That's why it's always in parentheses, being that it's a authorial note.
So what is he really getting at then? I guess.
Well, what Mark is getting at, or whoever wrote this, is
Yeah.
it is definitely trying to get at the idea that the dietary law was done away with. And same thing happens with the dietary law in the book of Acts. They seem to have a problem not with the law as a whole, but with the dietary law, because the dietary law is that big dividing wall between the Jews and the Gentiles. The Jews and the Gentiles, they probably agreed on most of the moral precepts of the law, quite a bit of it. Where they disagreed was typically on the ritual or the dietary laws. Well, the ritual laws fix themselves, because if you become a Jew, you have to adopt the ritual laws. The dietary laws, however, if you're becoming a Jew and you're a Gentile, you're like, I don't know about this. It seems like a really unnecessary component.
Yeah.
And so they did what they could to be like, okay, how do we get rid of this?
Okay, I see that. All right. Well, I appreciate it, man. I'll let you get to the next guest.
Sure things. Thanks for the question. It's a fair question. I could see why you would have it. Yeah.
All right. I appreciate
Cheers.
it, man. Yep. Have a good one.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many translations that don't put that in parentheses, but I bet there are some. I bet there's some really confusing translations out there that want you to believe that Jesus said that rather than the author of the gospel. Welcome in, Reckless.
How are you? God, I love your channel.
Hey, thanks for watching. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
How are you?
I have, it's been, Trust but Verify got me to deconstruct. I'm 4 months into deconstructing.
Congrats.
And we were going to some really fucked up fear-based churches. I mean, we're talking Baptist, Pentecostal. My son, who is 9, I don't know if you're a parent or not, but I could use some advice. We do have a religious trauma therapist that we are working with to help with these nightmares that he has been having. He feels like he's being burned. I mean, it's excruciating. If I could, TikTok won't let me record it because community guideline violation for whatever fucking reason. But I mean, the excruciating screams that I'm waking up to is absolutely awful. Now, Japan has made it illegal to teach kids the fear-based teachings of hell.
No
I just found that out
way.
last week. Yeah, and I
That's
wish America
wild.
would get on fucking board with this, because I would like to write legislation, because I don't think no child should be taught the fear of hell. But you have religious people that say, well, yeah, because it's like, going to a jail. Well, you can't compare jail to a fiery internal fire that they all love to talk about, that if you don't do this, you burn in hell.
I mean, if you light somebody on fire in prison, like, you're going to be punished.
Right. And so for a child, because a child's brain can't comprehend permanence. I mean, their brains are still growing and still. So I don't even know how to question this. I guess I'm looking for advice morally on what can I do to kind of like help through this situation. I know I've heard that, he's going to outgrow this one day, hopefully. And, so the more it's going to, pretty much calm down. I don't know how much more I can take, Justin. I'm not kidding you. Like, as a mom, I don't want to get up 3 times, 4 times a night having to listen to this. And he doesn't even realize it's happening.
Right. So let me ask, and just in case I missed it, where is the religious indoctrination coming from? Which person?
It's from Baptist churches and Pentecostal I live in the Bible Belt. So,
I mean, right now, does he have any new input, or is this from old input?
This is from old input. See,
Gotcha.
yeah. And so like he deconstructed after I did. And the nightmares didn't start coming until maybe 3 weeks after deconstruction.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know if that's like, oh my God, did I do something wrong? I feel like I'm, doing something wrong. And it's still like that tiptoe. He feels like he's doing something wrong. And I can't tell him, what to think. That's not my job as a mother.
Right. So, I agree. You can't tell people what to think, whether you're a mother or a father or a son or a daughter. You can help guide. One of the things that we do a lot when I was in engineering with our customers is rather than telling them what they need or telling them how to do stuff, you ask the right questions so that they come to the conclusions themselves. And that's really helpful in the process of trying to get somebody to a desired outcome, is rather than telling them what to think, try to lead them there. When they feel like they've come to the conclusion on their own, they're much more willing to accept it rather than if someone told them that. The other thing too is, definitely it doesn't work for everybody, but definitely therapy can help. If you've got access to a secular therapist, I would highly recommend it. We've got one in our community.
Yeah, we
named
got
Dr.
Kylie,
Joe.
who's our we have Dr. Joe is so gosh, she's so awesome in the
Yeah.
deconstruction community. The people from Trust But Verifies Live sent me to recoveringfromreligion.org, and that sent me Kylie, which is my religious trauma therapist, who plans on, she started working with Sean just a little bit, but she's kind of taking it in baby steps. And so I guess in my thing, like, I am one of those parents that want to just kind of hurry it up, but I know that that can't happen. You have to take this shit in baby steps, and it's like, how do I get him
especially when
to
they're
be
young.
able to
So
and he's 9.
Well, when they're young, these things that are like outlandish to our adult minds are still really possible to a lot of young people. So like, it's funny, we think about like when you finally figured out that there was no Santa. Well, in reality, typically it's a process where you start doubting whether or not there's a Santa. And then you're like, well, if there is a Santa, here's how we could test it. And then eventually you're like, listen, I fucking waited up all night. There's no goddamn Santa out here. Or like, I saw mom and dad putting presents under the tree, right? It's a little bit of a process. But like, as an adult, if you just came to an adult that believed that there was a Santa all of their life, might be too late. It's already set in, because their mind has already been molded of here's what reality is, right? Now your son is at an age where he still doesn't know all the edges of reality. Like, he hasn't made up his mind, right? So it's still, even though he's kind of deconstructed, there's still some part of his brain that probably thinks, well, this could still be true. A part of it might still be true. And I think the only thing that really fixes that is time and dialogue. Talking
Now,
through
does
it
the Bible
rationally.
does the Bible strictly say that hell is a permanence of eternal torture and fire and shit like that?
Well, that's the problem with the Bible, is it gives you two different depictions of hell, but both of them is torment and fire. One is permanent and one is till the final judgment. Then at the final judgment, everybody is thrown into the lake of fire and then they're annihilated. You have to pick and choose which Bible verses you want to believe on that. But all of the Bible passages about hell include suffering, wailing and gnashing of teeth, separation from God, fire and flames, and being in torment and pain. And it's not something that you choose. It's something that God does to you. In the book of Matthew, Jesus says that it's better to go into heaven or enter the kingdom missing one of your limbs than to be thrown into hell, body still whole. So there's this idea that you'll be thrown into hell. Like, God's like, not today, motherfucker. You get out of here, and then you get thrown into the eternal fire. So yeah, the concept of hell is fucking horrible. Now the good news is it's not in the Hebrew Bible.
Okay.
You'll never find it there. It's only in the New Testament. So if your son is thinking about hell, just maybe ask some logical questions. Well, where did the idea of hell come from, right? Well, it turns out that it was invented by these people who came into contact with the Greeks. You'll never find it in the God of the Hebrew Bible. showing that the New Testament and the Old Testament fundamentally don't agree on the afterlife is a really good way of starting out like, hey, even if this God is real, what we know about the afterlife is tenuous at best based on the Bible not being able to agree on it with itself. And also, would a God have a need to torture people for all of eternity for merely not believing the right thing? To me,
Well,
that's
you
a
think,
silly
I mean, you
thing.
know, you think he's all loving and all this, but what, like, I would, if I, like, a loving parent, I wouldn't sit there and tell my son, okay, if you don't clean your room, I'm going to send you to eternal torture for the rest of your life. I mean, what kind of loving parent does that? And if this
None.
God is all loving, why would he do the same thing with his children? And I hear from religious people all the time, well, it's a consequence. And, you know, it's like a child touching a hot stove. That's such a shitty
It's not.
comparison. It's not.
The comparison's
Okay.
not good. Like, I'm
No,
agreeing
it's
with you.
not.
The comparison's terrible
Yeah.
because in the comparison, touching the stove would be akin to sinning. But sinning doesn't mean you go to hell. God can do anything with you after he sins. The only way to make it analogous is you said, after he touches the stove, I take him into my bedroom and light him on fire. Well, then it's comparable. So, well, yes, touching the stove means that you're going to get burnt, and it does suck. It's not analogous until you take that child and light his whole fucking body on fire, which is what God says he's going to do.
Oh, wow. I'm so glad that I was able to get on here tonight, because I know you have so much knowledge to give. And, you know, I try to get advice from, you know, so many creators, and you just seem to be just, I mean, you got a lot of stuff to bring to the table.
Well, I appreciate the kind words. I really do. And
Thank
best of
you.
luck on your journey with your son. I know it's difficult. Like it's one thing to struggle with something yourself. It's another thing to watch your
Mhm.
child struggle. Nothing brings me
You
more
ain't fucking
pain
kidding.
than watching
Yeah.
my child struggle. I fucking hate it. So I get
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me on.
Sure thing. Cheers, friend. I agree. That's hard. Hardest thing you'll ever do is watch your child struggle or watch your child get hurt. It's the worst, the absolute worst. All right. I think M was next in line, so let me grab M. Welcome in, M.
Hello.
How you doing?
Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
Take your time.
I wanted to ask you about what you said several times, that Jesus couldn't speak Hebrew.
Mhm.
I speak Hebrew. I'm Israeli, like it's my native language. And there is a passage that you keep going back to where he's quoting from, I forget, I'm not used to saying these in English. Isaiah
Isaiah?
61, yeah.
Yeah,
61.
in Luke chapter 4, Jesus quotes from ostensibly the Greek version of Isaiah 61 because he inserts a
Yeah.
line that only exists in the Greek edition. It doesn't exist in the Hebrew edition.
So I went and looked at the Hebrew, and I wonder if like the translation thing that happened there was with the words pkach koach, because the word pkach usually refers to opening of the eyes.
Mm-hmm. What I'm
Koach,
saying is,
and is like, so like, is it a he read it from the Greek? It wasn't like a translation mistake that he made?
no, I don't think it was a
Because
translation mistake. I don't think he even had access to the Hebrew scrolls. I think whoever wrote this was obviously quoting from the Greek, which is what happens 9 times out of 10. One of the only places ever where they quote from the Hebrew is maybe in Matthew chapter 2 when they quote Hosea 11:1, where it says, out of Egypt I've called my son. In the Greek Septuagint, it says children instead of son. So we know in that instance, Matthew had in mind the Greek version of it, but probably that was such a short line, he probably just had that in his memory. He probably didn't even have to go back to the Hebrew Bible for that one. But basically,
are there other examples that show that he didn't, that he couldn't read the Hebrew?
I think my favorite is Matthew 22. Yeah. Let me show you Matthew 22. He quotes from Psalm 111, And I think it's painfully obvious based on this passage that whoever was, first of all, this is the trouble with this discussion is I don't actually think Jesus said any of this shit. I don't think, I'm just saying the Jesus that is portrayed in the book doesn't know Hebrew. If Jesus was real, if there was a real guy named Jesus, obviously he would have had to know Hebrew. He was a rabbi. But who's ever in this book, this Jesus doesn't know how to read Hebrew. So at the very end of Matthew 22, he's challenging the Pharisees on kind of like the role or even the status of the Messiah. And he asks them, how is it? Oh, we got to go back just a little bit. What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. He said to them, how then is it that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. If David thus calls him Lord, how can he be his son? So the general idea here is that the Messiah is not just the son of David, might not even be the son of David. Genetically, it might be that Jesus here is defending the point that he's not actually genetically linked to David, but being that he's the Messiah, he's superior to David. And this comes from Psalm 110, and we'll pull it up in Hebrew. You're going to see the problem with it right away. Ignore the bad English translation to the right. This is like a variant of the King James. I don't know why they put the King James with this, but you'll notice right away, Le David Mizmor, typically a psalm of David or to David or from David, depending on how you want to read it. And then Ne'um Yahweh. Now, Ne'um here is an utterance. It's my understanding here is this is going to be a noun, an utterance of Yahweh. Without the vowels, you probably know that this could be a verb. This could be he said. But with the vowels that are supplied with it, it's not he said. It's just a noun, an utterance of Yahweh to my master, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm expecting is if Jesus knew how to read Hebrew, he would have known that this passage is just an oracle from Yahweh to the master David, who was the king, which is why if you read the rest of the passage, everything mentioned in that passage is what's said about David. In fact, it says, sit at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. Well, 1 Kings chapter 5, Solomon tells you that that was the promise made to David and that God made it come true. So like, there's no reason why Jesus would read himself into this unless he was reading from the Greek Septuagint. So if you go to Psalm 110 in the Greek Septuagint, it's going to say, the Lord said to my Lord. I wonder if I can make this text bigger. Hold on. There we go. So what you have here, ha kyrios tu kyriou, means the Lord to my Lord. Mu is my. So here you get what Jesus is saying. The Lord said to my Lord. Well, what a confusing line, right? What does it mean that when it says the Lord said to my Lord? Well, if you knew anything about the Greek Septuagint, you would know that they used to take the name Yahweh. Like I don't mind pronouncing it. I'm not a believer, but like rather than pronounce the name Yahweh, a lot of times when they copied the text, they would just put Lord in place, just like we do in English. Well, they were doing it in Greek too. So Jesus should have known if he was educated that the Greek text only says the Lord said to my Lord, because one of those lords is God and one of those lords is the king. But Jesus is reading it like there are two actual gods, two lords, which is crazy.
Oh, wow.
But
Yeah, isn't
that a
I
weird
see what you're
mistake that he
saying.
made? Like whoever this Jesus character was in the text, they just couldn't have been familiar with the Hebrew Bible or the language. And even Paul seems to fuck it up. In Galatians chapter 3, Paul has this really goofy argument from the word seed. And you probably already know the problem.
Yeah.
Typically seed in Hebrew, right? It's a collective noun, right? So if you're using
Yes.
seed to refer to offspring, you would just say seed. And Paul's like, listen, because seed shows up in the singular rather than the plural, the offspring must be Jesus and not the Israelites. What a fucking crazy. Does this guy know any Hebrew? Of course not.
Yeah.
So it's weird
Okay.
that like a guy like me, like Hebrew's not my native language. I'm like a novice Hebrew speaker. I read it okay. But like if a guy like me with just like, a handful of semesters of Hebrew in college can find these problems, then like listen, the guy in this book definitely didn't know Hebrew. If this guy is a Hebrew rabbi, he needs to know it better than I do, and he doesn't.
Yeah, that makes sense. What captured me was that like the one example that I remembered you repeating was the Isaiah in Luke one, and when I looked at it, it was a very confusing, like very confusing words in the Hebrew. So I
Yeah.
wondered if it was
I've got a
because
layout of it over here. I never put this on the cheat sheet before, but I did a layout of quite a few passages um, between what the New Testament says, what the Greek Septuagint says, what the Masoretic text says, and then what the Targum and Dead Sea Scrolls say. So I did a comparison of a lot of these passages, and what you'll find in Isaiah 61, that's the passage here. You'll find stuff that doesn't really seem to line up. So, for example, in the New Testament, we have the recovery of sight to the blind, and then in the
yeah,
Greek Septuagint,
that's
yeah,
the one that I was wondering about because kach koach is something that I never heard. Like I never heard the word koach ever anywhere. Like there is koach that means like power, but that one is spelled with a kaf. This one is spelled with a kuf. It's not a word that I've ever seen before, and I can't find it anywhere else in the Hebrew Bible as well.
Oh,
So it's
interesting. So, do you know biblical Hebrew or just modern Hebrew?
I learned both. I grew up religious,
Okay.
and we did learn the Hebrew Bible a lot.
Okay. So,
I couldn't find koach anywhere else.
yeah. So the word koch or koach in Hebrew I thought it showed up more than once in the Hebrew Bible, although I don't know if it's common. It might only show up once. I'd be curious to know if you go to the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, the Hallet. I'd be curious if they list it where it's used outside of the Hebrew Bible, because it's possible that it's used
That would be
outside of the Hebrew
interesting.
Bible somewhere. Let me
I don't
open
know
up.
where
Yeah, go ahead.
where to access that.
I don't think you can get it. I paid like $300 for my copy, so it's not
Oh my
something
god.
that it's not something that you're just gonna find on the internet. Unfortunately,
Makes
but
sense. Okay.
give me just 1 second. I've got my
Okay.
software open. I'll see if I can find an instance of this
Yeah,
particular
the
word.
sages translated it as something relating to taking, like likicha, lakachat.
Like lakach,
Something
yeah.
related to take. Yeah. So kach koach would mean like opening of the taking of the captives. So like
Yes.
they're not taken anymore. They're not captives anymore.
Yeah,
That's
like
the
the
translation that I
release.
could find for it.
Right. Yep.
But kach, other than in this context, everywhere else I could find it in the Hebrew Bible was related to the opening of the eyes.
Right.
So I thought that maybe that's where recovery of sight came from, like the
I,
idea of recovery of sight.
No, I don't think that's where it came from. I think it came directly from the addition that we find in the Greek Septuagint. In the Greek Septuagint,
Mm-hmm.
the recovery of sight to the blind is explicitly in the text. Like
Yeah,
it's
that
just,
makes sense. That
yeah,
would
there's
also
this
explain the translation of captives to blind. Like that doesn't make sense.
right, exactly. Yeah. And it's funny in the Greek Septuagint, the two lines that are in the New Testament are actually flip-flopped. They come in different
Yeah.
order. So it's like, even if he was quoting from the Greek, it's like which version of the Greek, because it doesn't follow the same order that we have. So I've got the word here in the Hallet, and it's pointing towards the only one instance that we've got conjugated from Isaiah 61. And let's see if it has anything outside of the Hebrew Bible. It's just saying that it's attached to liberation of the prisoners, but they don't list, crazy enough, they don't list a single instance outside of the Hebrew Bible where this gets used. It must be a really rare word.
Yeah, I couldn't find it anywhere else.
Yeah, I can't either. Not even the Hallet list where it's used elsewhere. I wonder if there's a cognate in Aramaic, or not Aramaic, but in Arabic. There's quite a few
That would be interesting.
words that are rare in biblical Hebrew that have sisters and brothers in Arabic that are a little bit helpful sometimes. But unfortunately, I don't know Arabic, and my friend Ems, the other M, is not here to help out with that.
I like when he comes on.
Isn't he awesome?
He's great.
Phenomenal. And anyways, any other questions? That was a really good question, by the way.
No, thank you so much. That was like great. I had a friend who asked me about this, and I wanted to be able to come with more sources. So
Yeah,
this is
for
great.
sure.
Thank you
And
so much.
if you want, send me a message. Or actually, I don't know if you have access to the cheat sheet, friends. This spreadsheet that I've got open right now that shows these textual differences. I'll add it to the cheat sheet tonight so everyone can see this.
Then
It's
I'll
not
join and get access to the cheat sheet. I really want access
sure
to the cheat
thing.
sheet.
Absolutely, we're
Okay.
building it better every day. So
Yeah,
thanks for
thank
being
you.
here.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers. I do love the quality of questions that we get during the Q&As. I feel like we get some good questions. But yeah, that particular tab that I was showing you, I'll put it on the cheat sheet. It's not complete. I've only got a handful of passages in here, but the ones that are in here are actually really juicy. There's some really juicy stuff in here. Flustered Pony, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, thank you for educated lessons, your calm clarity and humble strength. You make us, your group, proud. We need you in politics. I actually am really passionate about politics, but I'm also really passionate about trying to keep my channels streamlined on just one topic. If I ever did politics, I would probably start a new channel just for politics. But anyways, it says, we need you in politics. You need to flip Ohio or move to the Great Lakes state, Michigan. We all appreciate you. Well, thank you, Flustered. I actually do like to visit Michigan, even though, obviously Michigan State is our mortal enemy down here in Ohio. It's actually a really fine engineering school, by the way. It's actually a really good school as well for the study of the ancient Near East. I actually did consider doing my PhD there. But we'll see. I've got got plenty of time before I have to worry about that. Nevertheless, thank you, Flustered, for being here and supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. And Penelope, hey, thanks for the super chat. It says, when I was little, I actually paid attention in church. I used to sleepwalk, and one night I went to the kitchen and got a knife and told my mom I was going to take care of the devil. I was 4. Holy shit. If I was in that house, I wouldn't have wanted to be the devil. A 4-year-old with a knife ready to off the devil is a pretty serious 4-year-old. And I don't know, listen, I don't know what you were like as a 4-year-old, but I've known lots of 4-year-olds. A 4-year-old with a knife will not think twice before cutting you open. I mean, if that was the case, they would have thought twice before they got the knife in the first place. They haven't fully thought out the ramifications of their behavior, which means they're not likely to pull the reins in because they don't realize necessarily what their behavior is going to lead to. That's crazy. And Jaredina Scene, thank you for the $5 super. It says Ehrman claims hell's not actually in the New Testament either, nor did the first Christians believe it. Now, did the first Christians believe in hell? That I don't know. And if I understand Bart Ehrman's claim, I don't know if maybe you're representing Bart Ehrman's claim or not. I think Bart Ehrman's claim, the best as I understand it, is that the earliest layers of the New Testament, they don't include hell. The later layers of the New Testament, the strata that gets laid upon the originals, do include hell. That would be my understanding of Bart Ehrman's claim. But if you're just taking the New Testament as a whole, listen, I don't care what Bart Ehrman says. I've got dozens and dozens of passages that clearly say that hell is a place where people go where there's fire, torment, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. So unless somebody is going to compete with that, I don't know what they're going to say. But also, I don't think Bart Ehrman is necessarily saying the thing that you're saying he says. And I say this with all sincerity as someone who loves Bart Ehrman and is pretty familiar with his work. You may or may not be quoting him correctly. Buget, thank you for the super chat. Says, funds for an iron. Your background is so wrinkled. I like the wrinkled paper bag background. No, you guys don't like it? Oh, well. I haven't done a green screen in a while, but this is always how I do the Q&A. I think it's a very It's a very clean way to do it without any visual distractions in the background. But yeah, I also just kind of like this background. I think it's kind of dope. I could be wrong. Maybe others don't like it. Eternal Adam says, why is the check mark backwards next to the question? Wait, backwards? What do you mean? You do know that there's no left or right, like, correct way to do a check mark, right? Like, you could do it either way. I think we're used to seeing it this way, but I'm not sure you would ever be wrong in doing it the other way. To be sure, I think it's a matter of preference and maybe even a matter of what side the check mark is on. That being said, the check mark is on that side because the clip art that I got it from had it like that. The clip art that I used, that I started with, had the text here in yellow, and it had the check mark and the smiley face. It had a bunch of other shit that I erased. And then I added my own stuff on top of it. So, I mean, that's why it's backwards. It's because it was backwards when I got it. But I mean, I don't really mind so much. I wouldn't consider it to be backwards. That's just me, though. BB Gum says the Nation of Islam has put some crazy ideas in my mind, like dinosaurs aren't real. It's not just the Nation of Islam. You guys know my really good friend Dan, my gym partner. He's been up here twice, kind of quasi debating. He doesn't think dinosaurs existed. Like, it's a real thing. In fact, it's such a real thing. We were talking about starting a new channel. We used to run a Bible study together, and it was a lot of fun. But we were talking about redoing a new channel where we just debate topics back and forth. And the one that we debate the most about is whether or not dinosaurs existed. So I already made the channel. It's called Dinosaurs Aren't Real. And we just never got around to doing anything with it because we're really fucking busy, you know? Collapsalism says, don't worry about politics on your channel. Come be dark woke on mine. Welcome to hell, baby. Collapse. Listen, Collapse, I'll be excited. Definitely come join you on your channel. And I try to keep my topics laser focused. That's why, while I do love politics, I try to keep things streamlined and I try to keep things in my wheelhouse. I try to address the topics that I am best educated to address. Monware says, can you explain Judges 19? It's horrific. Yeah, in Judges 19, you've got a group of Gibeonites that come down and want to have sexual relations with the Levite, but eventually ends up having sexual relations all night with the Levite's concubine. And this great evil was so bad that after a whole night of graping the Levite's concubine, she's dead on the doorstep of the house. And so he hacks up the body, sends the body pieces to the tribes of Israel, and rallies the tribes of Israel for war. And then they take revenge against the Benjaminites, or specifically the Gibeonites. And then they swear that none of their daughters will be given in marriage to them. And then they're like, oh, fuck, if we do that, if we stand by our pledge, that means this whole tribe of Israel will be wiped out. So like, we can't have that. So then they're like, okay, are there any tribes that didn't actually go to war with us against them? And they're like, yeah, there was this one tribe. Was it one of the tribes of Gilead, Remesh Gilead? Let me double check which tribe it was. Going to be in Judges 21. Blah, 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 blah. I think verse 8 says, is there anyone from the tribes of Israel who did not come up to the Lord to Mizpah? It turned out no one from, Jabesh Gilead. No one from Jabesh Gilead. Okay, so they go to war against Jabesh Gilead, and then they say, listen, since we can't give our daughters in war because we made a covenant, we'll go to war against Jabesh Gilead, kidnap all of the little virgin girls, and turn them into brides for the Benjaminites. And then it gets worse because there weren't enough of them. So what they said is, okay, well, we can't give our daughters in marriage, but we'll do this. When the Israelites come together for the festival, we'll allow the Benjaminites to come and kidnap the little virgin girls when they come out to do their dances. Fucking crazy. It's a wild passage. Read Judges 19 all the way through 21. It's wild. And also, if you thought Numbers 31, there's not a hermeneutic. If you thought there's an apologetic against Numbers 31 saying that they didn't take these little virgin girls to be war brides, take them to Judges 21 and show where the exact same language is used. Identical same language is used to talk about getting war brides from Jabesh Gilead. Same thing. Okay. Jerry Dean, I think, has a follow-up. Let's see what it says. Ehrman's book on hell. I'm familiar with it. The earliest Christians believed in annihilationism, burning to nothing. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we disagree. The earliest Christians, as far as I can tell, were likely annihilationists. Now, that being said, there was a scholar, it wasn't Bart, there was a scholar that went through the first 600 years of church fathers and then cataloged their opinion on whether or not they were annihilationists or whether or not they believed in eternal conscious torment. And it was about 50-50. So to say that the early church only believed in annihilationism, I think is a little bit short-sighted. Do I personally believe that that was the majority opinion? Yes, I think the majority opinion was that they would suffer in the fires of hell for a time and then they will be annihilated. One of the reasons why I believe that is because we have a lot of Jewish writings prior to the New Testament that would indicate that. So if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls and if you read the intertestamental books, like the deuterocanonical books, you'll find this notion of going into these flames until you're completely annihilated. The problem that you're going to run into is that there are also passages in these same books that disagree. Let me show you one. If you go into the Apocrypha and go to the judgment scene in Judith, there is no annihilation. It's just eternal conscious suffering, torment forever. It says, woe to the nations that rise up against my people. The Lord Almighty will take vengeance on them in the day of judgment. He will send fire and worms into their flesh, and they shall weep in pain forever. So again, this is the problem we have. The documents that we have in our possession do not agree. None of the documents we have agree with each other, which is why you'll never hear me make a claim that de facto the early church believed this, because the early church had a diversity of beliefs. Some of them were annihilationists and some of them were not, because in some of the texts there was annihilationism and in some of the texts there was not. MRG, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. That's monumental. And speaking of friends, Dalton's here with us. What's up, buddy?
Hey, bud. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Actually, I wanted to ask a question for
Oh, fucking A.
funsies.
Let's have it.
This is actually not really Bible related, but how did the whole Doug thing get started? I'm actually curious.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to show you a live stream real quick. All right. Second. So I had this really funny idea to do a stream against Jesus. Give me 1 second. I got to type in the name of this live stream. Yeah, the name of the live stream was Pet Rock versus Jesus. That's what I called it. And it was kind of a joke. It was kind of tongue in cheek. And my basic claim was listen, every benefit that you get from Jesus, I can get from this fucking pet rock right here. All I did was I went out into my backyard. I found a rock that looked like it would be fine with some googly eyes on it. And I put googly eyes on it and I said, okay, I got a pet rock now. What can your Jesus do that my pet rock can't do? And I made people pray to Jesus and I prayed to the rock and I did all kinds of bullshit. And I just demonstrated that my pet rock is superior to your Jesus. And I had prophecies about rocks that were fulfilled and all kinds of stuff. And this is back before I even had a horizontal channel. This was a vertical live stream that I think you'll only find on my main Deconstruction Zone channel. And the thumbnail looks about like that. It's just called Pet Rock versus Jesus. Way back on 10/18/2024. So it's been a while now.
Wow, that's one for the archive for sure.
Pretty crazy.
Historical moment in the deconstruction movement.
And it just took off. People were like, well, what do we name it? I'm like, and I was like, okay, if we name it, it's got to be something super basic like Bob or Brian. And somebody was like, how about Doug? I was like, Doug's great. I dug him out of my backyard. Let's go.
Oh, that's so good. Well, I just wanted to stop in and say hi. And
Hey,
also
thanks, buddy.
let you know let you know, bud, that I'm going to be live with Matt Dillahunty this Wednesday.
I already know. He told me about it, and I'm pumped. So I don't know. You'll be live while I'm live, but I'll definitely be watching it back after I'm done live streaming. So I'm excited for you, buddy. I can't wait. I gave them your information a long time ago, and they said they'd reach out, but I didn't know when they were going to. So it sounds like they're trying to get you integrated.
Hell yeah, W to Justin for being such a wingman.
Listen, I gotcha. You know, I love the community. I want everybody to grow, you know?
Hell yeah. Okay, well, I'll let you get back to it. You have a good night, bud.
Cheers, buddy. You have a good one. W. Dalton's fucking, he's smart, man. Like, I have, like, one advantage that I'm old, and I had lots of time to study this stuff and go to school. I don't think I have the raw intelligence that Dalton does, or the raw memory that he does. I think he's really excelled there. Same with like Ian and Blitz. Like Ian and Blitz are just brilliant individuals. And like the one thing that I did was I was religiously devoted to reading this fucking book and to reading other books. And that's how I came to be. It's not that I'm brilliant or anything. All right, let's grab our next guest. I believe it's going to be Fluffy Dragon Pants. And then Mac, what does it say? MCTY me? Mac to me? Hope I pronounced that correctly. Welcome, Fluffy. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
No, I can't complain. It's been a minute since we chatted. What's the scuttlebutt?
So I got a weird question, and I don't know if I'm going to phrase it correctly or not. But so I know from watching you that none of the prophecies were about Jesus.
Right.
But what were there prophecies that were about a Messiah? And why do Christians think it would be about a Messiah that would turn around and destroy their original religion and become a new one?
Well, I don't think Jews believe that. I think that was a theological development after the Jews already got their asses kicked by the Romans, and the Christians were mostly not Jews, and they had to come up with the theology of, hey, why would God fuck up the Jews? And then they made it about this Messiah. Well, God had to do it because they rejected the Messiah, right? That being said, there are some traditional passages that are for sure considered messianic. I would point to a couple different chapters: Isaiah chapter 2, Isaiah chapter 11, Jeremiah chapter 33, Jeremiah chapter 23. I would also point towards possibly Zechariah chapter 8 and chapter 9, but not the entire chapters, just parts of them. And then for sure, Micah chapter 4. It seems to be that the individual in Micah chapter 5 has a messianic role, but that role is specifically attached to Micah chapter 4, namely that this is the person that ushers in the reign of eternal peace, where the wolf lies down with the lamb and the snake, the child plays with the snake and no one's, is harmed, and so on and so forth. Those are like really common messianic passages, but there certainly are more.
Okay, but the idea isn't to get rid of the Jewish religion.
No, in fact, the idea is to spread it from Zion to the ends of the earth. In fact, if you go to Zechariah chapter 8, there's at the end of the chapter, I think this is kind of the expectation. He says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts, in those days 10 men from nations of every language shall take hold of a Jew, grasping his garment and saying, 'Let us go with you, for we have heard that God is with you.'" So the idea is that the nations would come to know Yahweh through the Israelites, which is why you've got both in Micah chapter 4 and also in Isaiah chapter 2, we have this idea that the foreigners are going to come to Zion. Isaiah says, "In the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's house will be established as the highest of the mountains, and it shall be raised above the hills, and all of the nations shall stream to it." So there's this idea that the God of Israel will be the central point of all people's religious focus at some time.
Okay, I just thought it was funny that they decided that they picked this particular religion to just turn on its head and go, nope, God just changed his mind and now it's a completely different thing now. Like,
yeah, the New Testament authors were incredibly anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic. In fact, I'm let me find you a book by Professor Donaldson. It's called Anti-Judaism, New Testament. It's a really good book. I highly recommend it. I read it once when I was in seminary, and I liked it so much that it still has a prominent spot on my bookshelf. It's called Jews and Anti-Judaism in the New Testament by Terence Donaldson. And it is a phenomenal read if you want to see like how is the New Testament really treating Judaism and the Jewish people. It's not pretty. There's another book that's lengthier that goes into the treatment of the Jews after the Bible was already written and after Christianity got its start. And it talks about the horrific treatment of the Jews by the Christians, and that's called Constantine's Sword. I assume it's on Amazon. Hold on.
Yeah. I've got Audible credits, and I usually listen to stuff, so...
Yeah, this is the book
there's an
right
audio.
here. So this is a really good book to show the anti-Semitic sentiment in the early church and in the church at large, called Constantine's Sword. It was published in 2001, and this is a Hasse book. It's like, it looks like a Bible. It's a big, thick boy.
Oh boy.
But it's
Okay.
worth it.
Sweet.
Good question, though. Thank you.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Thanks for doing these.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Happy to help. Have a good one, and happy 3D printing.
Thank you.
For anyone who doesn't know, Fluffy runs a 3D printing business. So if you've got 3D printing questions, that's the expert you want to go to. I do enjoy 3D printing, but I don't know if I would ever want to try making a business of it. Seems like a tough go. Roy, thanks for the $3 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Boogit has, it looks like 2 super chats. Says, was a jest. Sorry, the background is nice. No, I wasn't offended. I think I understood what you were saying with the wrinkles. I wasn't offended at all, my friend. No worries. And Bukit followed up, says, why is it a Czech mark and not a Yugoslavia mark? Do they have a mark? Or is that the name of their dollar? Hold on. Now I got to look this up. What is the Yugoslavian mark? Yeah, it's like a dollar. Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. I don't think people here in the Western world know much about European money, so it's kind of over the head, you know. And Farrell says, who did most Christians worship Jesus before? Who did most Christians worship before Jesus? I mean, probably most Christians were pagan. That seems to be the case. If you read like the letters of Paul talks a lot about the pagan backgrounds of these people. So, for example, in 1 Thessalonians and in 2 Thessalonians, we get this sort of idea. Let me grab it real quick. Yeah, let's grab 1 Thessalonians chapter 1. And you see this type of phrasing all the time. So he's talking about how the fame of the Thessaloniki church had kind of spread. It says, for they report about us what kind of welcome we had among you and how we turned you to God from idols to serve the living and true God. And you'll find a lot of references in the Pauline literature to, you used to worship idols, now you don't worship idols. You'll find the same thing in 1 Corinthians chapter 8. Paul talks about whether or not you should be eating meat sacrificed to idols. And the reason why it's important is because a lot of these people were formerly idol worshippers, right? It says, hence, as to the eating of food offered to idols, we know that we know no idol in the world really exists, and that there's no God but the one. Indeed, even though there may be so-called gods in heaven or on earth, as in fact there are many gods and many lords, yet for us there is one God, the Father, from whom are all things and for whom we exist, one Lord, Jesus Christ, through whom all things and through whom we exist. It is not everyone, however, who has this knowledge, since some have become so accustomed to idols until now. So again, a lot of people in the congregation used to worship idols. A lot of these people were pagan. I do not accept this idea that Jewish people were converting to Christianity. It doesn't seem to be the case. it seems like the earliest followers of Jesus were Jewish, and then after the disciples, almost fucking exclusively pagans, because the Jewish people that actually knew the Hebrew Bible was like, nope, man, this doesn't work. Sorry, guy. Ray Pet, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says first time here, been deconstructing for a while. Well, welcome to the journey. Just wanted to say thank you for making a space like this for people like myself to ask questions and get answers with real historical context. Well, I'm happy to do it. I would prefer to do Q&As more than I do, but the problem is it's hard to squeeze it in with my schedule. I have to squeeze it in on like Sunday nights, because a lot of times I'm live on Sunday night. So if there's a Sunday night where I'm not live, I'm like, hey, I can get a couple hours in for a Q&A. But on the other days of the week, it's really hard to find free time to do it. But I'm trying to do it more and more. You know what I mean? And Eris, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, had a pastor say once that Leviticus 18, it doesn't say that a father can S his daughter. You mean SA his daughter? I don't know what you mean by S. But anyways, to keep the bloodline going, because some daughters are not wanted for marriage, does it skip not condoning that relationship? Eris, my friend, I don't have a clue what you're talking about right now. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Okay, you're talking about a law in Leviticus 18. Fair enough. Usually Leviticus 18 talks about like not having sex with your near akin, like not uncovering the nakedness of your father, not uncovering the nakedness of your sister, not uncovering the nakedness of your father's wife. So like most of the laws in Leviticus 18 are sexual laws. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what the question is. It doesn't say that a father can't blank his daughter. Oh, you're saying the text doesn't say that a father can't sleep with his daughter. I think there might. I think it's implied. I think it's implied, and give me a second to show you why I think it's implied. And I could be wrong. We'll see. But let me go to the passage in question. So it says, "You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is the nakedness of your father." Fair enough. "You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, your father's daughter, or your mother's daughter, whether born at home or abroad." Fair enough. So you're not supposed to uncover the nakedness of your cousin or your aunt. Sorry, your father's. So your father's daughter, is your sister. There we go. On either side. And says, "You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter." Okay, so you can't uncover the nakedness of your granddaughter, right? Or of your daughter's daughter. So if you have a granddaughter, you can't uncover the nakedness of your granddaughter, whether it's from a son or not from a son. For their nakedness is your own nakedness, right? So I'm reading this and I'm saying, listen, this sounds like you can't uncover the nakedness of your daughter. And it goes on to, "You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife's daughter born in your father's house, since she is your sister. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, blah, 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 blah. Uncover the nakedness of your father's brother, of your daughter-in-law, because she is your son's wife. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife." So it covers literally everything other than your direct daughter, it seems like. It covers your son's daughter, your wife's daughter, everyone's daughter except for your own daughter. I'm personally not reading this thinking that like the authors of this text think that it's okay to sleep with your daughters. Because if you go back to Genesis, sleeping with your daughter resulted in a cursed lineage. Namely the Ammonites and the Moabites, from the sexual union between Lot and his two daughters, right? So I'm not viewing the text as being favorable to boning your daughters. I can understand why you would make that connection. You're like, listen, it says you can't uncover the nakedness of damn near everything in everybody, right? But like, it doesn't say specifically your daughter, but I don't think that it's allowing it. Me personally, I get why you would come to that conclusion. I just don't think that's the conclusion I would come to. So anyways, if you can't have sex with your granddaughter because that's defiling your son. And I would imagine then you can't have sex with your daughter because that's defiling your own. It might be one of those rules that was so overtly obvious that they felt like they didn't need to mention it. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's get McIntyre, and we'll keep it rolling. How you doing, Mac?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yep.
All right, I got two. I'm gonna try to keep it short. I know you're busy and a lot of people want to ask questions. So I got two questions. One should bleed into the next. But I'm trying to build a case against Christianity and their views on consent. And I want to use that. I try to use that passage from Mark 7:24 about the Syrophoenician lady. He called her a dog.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the comebacks I often get is she was a Canaanite. Because what I'm saying is I think Jesus would be insulted by the word Christ. I think he would rather be preferred to be called Messiah.
Why would he
I
be
liken
insulted?
it to like if you
Why would he be insulted by that?
Because I be honest with you, I mean, if you look at the behavior of the people who currently follow him, like what I'm about to say was like I liken it to like calling Donald Trump El Presidente. I don't think he would like that either. But he called that Syrophoenician lady a dog at in Mark 7:24. And I did some research on it, and it says that she was Syrophoenician by race, but she was Greek in culture. So what I'm saying is you calling this man, he already called somebody a dog for being Greek, and you calling this man by a Greek title.
I don't think that's what happened.
I don't think he would. Okay.
In fact, I don't think we know her language either. She's a dog because she's unclean. So in the ancient Near East, to call somebody a dog meant that they were unclean and that they were completely unfit for communion. So like there's rules in the ancient Near East that like if you bring a dog or you allow a dog into the temple, since it's God's sacred space, they'll fucking murder you over it. That's how unclean the dogs were. They were like scavengers. They're like pigs, right? So when he calls her a dog, it's because she's considered unclean. Most likely because she's just a goyim that has an alternative pagan religion, right? So her being called a dog is probably attached to her lifestyle, her culture, and her religion, but not so much to speaking Greek. I don't think that had anything to do with it. In fact, Jesus almost exclusively speaks Greek in the New Testament. He quotes from the Greek Septuagint. He when he talks about biblical passages, he refers to stuff that seems to only exist in the Greek text itself. Like he quotes from Psalm 8:2, a reference that only shows up in the Greek Septuagint and it doesn't show up in the Hebrew text. So I don't think Greek is the problem, and I don't think this is my opinion. I don't think calling Jesus Christ would be a problem for him, being that he was a Greek speaker according to the text. I can't imagine he would be offended that you used a word in a language that was your primary language. You know what I mean? Like you would expect that. But the reason why calling President Trump El Presidente or like El Jefe or something like that, the reason why Trump would find that offensive is because he's a racist piece of shit who thinks that Mexicans are below him. Now, I've worked with a lot of Mexicans. If they referred to me as El Presidente, I would feel elevated. I would feel special. I would feel like they're treating me with kindness. So your position dictates how you're going to take that type of a, that type of a comment.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna give you one little pushback, and then I'll just drop it if you don't like it. But
fair enough.
I'm not just not just saying that it was the language. Just talking about the whole culture, because I look at the Bible with the holy. Don't holy mean like to separate, right? Like you separate yourself and
yeah, it means set apart.
Set apart, separate. So I look at that whole thing like it's a like the first step into racism, because you treat yourself holy, you separate yourself from everybody else. That way you can treat everybody else like how you want. You can enslave them or whatever. And I think that bleeds into how his treatment of that woman, because she was not only not that she only just spoke Greek, but she was of the Greek culture, which made her unclean. And that's why that's what I'm trying to say is
But what
Christianity
is
like a gateway
but
into
what is Greek
racism.
culture? What is Greek culture
Well,
when
I
you're
mean,
if you're
polytheism.
Syrophoenician, if you're Syrophoenician and you're living in the Roman culture, what does it mean to be Greek?
Well, I mean, I defer to you on those things because you are the expert. But I'm looking at it like polytheism. You know what I'm saying? These are just my assumptions here. I assume that she was probably polytheistic, and she's not Jewish, she's not Hebrew, and so she's less than them because they think they are the chosen people from God and they got the right to subdue the earth.
Yeah, but I don't see any anti-Greek sentiment from Jesus.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just drop it then, because, like I said, I defer to your judgment on this one. You the man. You the man, Justin.
I mean,
All right, but
I appreciate
like
the question, but I don't think this is a great point to use in a debate. I think you could just leave it as it is. Jesus called somebody a horrible, pejorative term because he doesn't actually care about this woman, and he demeaned her before he was willing to actually help her out. To me, I think that's good enough. I don't think you need to make the case that somehow Jesus thought that like all Greek people were dirty.
Roger that. Okay, well, this leads into the second question. Have you got time?
Yeah.
Can I continue?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Second question is, I look at Paul like a kind of like an undercover agent. You know what I'm saying? Like he got inside the Christian church and destroyed it from the inside out. I see the disciples as like the Jewish people that Jesus had personally trained and taught to, and Peter was the one to lead his church. And I see Paul and his apostles as like, late come alongs. And Paul jumped on the bandwagon when he got tired. He seen that he can make more money and get more influence and power by, getting inside the church and taking control of it. And I think with Galatians 2:6, where he says after Peter and him, because I do realize that we read the dispute that Peter and Paul had about circumcision and Gentiles through his lens, but he said they had nothing to add. And then I want to add with that the Greeks was polytheists. I mean, yeah, they was mostly polytheists back in them times, and I can imagine that people that don't even care about Christianity, don't know anything about it, just being polytheistic, would just pop up in church sometimes and put some money in the offering table. So I see, circumcision and not eating pork as a hindrance to them getting money. And I just want to run that by you and see what you think about that one.
Well, I think Paul definitely wanted to get rid of the law so that he could unite the Jews and the Gentiles into like one group and try to keep them homogenous. But I don't think it had anything to do with money. Paul goes out of his way in some of his texts to say, hey, listen, when I was with you, I didn't ask for any support. I didn't receive any support for you, even though I could have. It was my right to ask you for support as somebody who labored among you, but I chose not to. So that I wouldn't be a burdensome trouble to anybody in the community. And then he brags about how hard he worked there. But even you'll see in the book of Acts, he had like a day job, right? It says, Paul left Athens and went to Corinth. There he found a Jew named Aquila and from Pontus, who had recently come from Italy with his wife Priscilla. Because Claudius had ordered all the Jews to leave Rome, Paul went to see them. And because he was of the same trade, he stayed with them, and they worked together by trade. They were tent makers. Every Sabbath, they would argue in the synagogue and would try to convince the Jews and Greeks. So I'm reading the New Testament and saying, listen, Paul didn't really take money from these churches. He was a tent maker. That's how he made most of his money, it seems. I also think Paul might have had some money that he came into, possibly inherited money. He was a Roman citizen. He had a little bit of status. It's likely that given his level of education, his parents had some money and probably was bequeathed some of it to him and probably did help fund his travels. But I wouldn't see Paul as trying to get the Gentiles in the church merely for money. That's not my reading of Paul.
Okay, well, the little pushback here, maybe get you to reconsider. What about can we at least agree that he would have some incentive to do that, to gain power influence through the church, and didn't have that saying robbing Peter to pay Paul, and what else I wanted to say? Damn, I forgot. Man, I forgot, but basically, can we just agree that like he would have incentive to do? Oh, well, yeah. I think he had incentive to do that, and the everything that's said about Paul is from Paul's lips. Paul was the one that wrote all them books. Do they have any other books? Anybody else saying about?
Yeah, I just read
Paul
you the book of Acts. The book of Acts says that he labored as a tent maker. And in Second Thessalonians, he talks about when he was among the Thessalonians, and it says, "We did not eat anyone's bread without paying for it, but with toil and labor we worked night and day, so that we may not burden any of you." So, like, what we find over and over again is that Paul probably supported himself.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, man. I just want to run it by you and try to strengthen my arguments where I can.
I get it, but here's let me say it this way. I think you're trying to bite off too much, right? You can make Paul look stupid just by reading Paul's letters for what they are. I don't think you need to make the case that Paul was a bad guy trying to like siphon money from the believers. Like, I get it that people are doing that now, like these mega church pastors are doing that kind of bullshit, but I don't know if it's necessary to try to put Paul in that camp just to discredit what he was doing. There's already too much overt stuff in the New Testament that you could point to, that you don't need to make these like conspiratorial cases.
Yeah, well, I really don't. I don't look at it like conspiracy. I'm looking at it more like it's the blueprint. It may not. They may not have down pat, but 2,000 years later, they got it down pat. Now they've been practicing these same manipulated tactics for centuries now. And that's what I'm trying to. I think it started small, like a snowball. It started small, and it snowballed into your face.
I don't think using this religion for money happened until the Romans took it over. Prior to the Romans taking over, all the documents we have about the early Christians state that they basically were abandoning their money. They were giving their money away. They were just giving that shit to the poor. In fact, some of the provincial leaders were like, listen, these fucking Christians are embarrassing us because our own people are starving. We're not feeding them. And these Christians are giving all their money and food to the poor, making the Roman government look bad. I don't see anything in history pointing towards the Christians doing anything about the money until it's taken over by the Romans, and then they make it the official church, and then they start basically killing people who won't fall in line. And then now that we have an official government religion, isn't that funny? We need everyone's money, right? So to me, I think the earliest Christian movement was probably pretty benign.
But what about the power? I mean, like, look at David Koresh. I maybe because where I come from, we got we small little small town, and around here, if you can get a little power and you don't have to make too much money, get a little power, you could be like a rooster in a hen house. You know what I'm saying? Like David Koresh or any of them other people.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. David Koresh is not part of the Roman government.
The power and influence, just being able to have your own little small set of people that will do what you say.
What about it?
You know what I'm saying?
David Koresh was psychotic. He actually believed he was the Messiah.
But you don't think that any of that was attempting to them guys back in ancient times either? I don't see it too much changing. I
don't know what you're asking. David Koresh was not using the church to gain money and power. He literally was insane and thought he was the second coming of the Messiah.
Yeah, but let me see if I can rephrase that real quick. I'm looking like leaders like Paul and the ancient church before they really took off and started making money as another way for you to get to be the leader of a gang, and you got some women, you got some people that do what you say, And you think that might have been enough to tempt some of them people like Paul into making some of the decisions and doing some of the things that they did?
No, not Paul, not at all. Were there people in the early church
Okay.
that did that type of thing? Yeah. Like a classic example is Apollos. There's a guy that we learn about in the first letter to the Corinthians that is starting like a rift in the church where some people are like, no, I don't follow Paul, I follow Apollos, right? And Paul's like, listen, we shouldn't be dividing on these lines. Like, you shouldn't be following me or Apollos. We're all laborers for the same mission, right? So were there people in the early church that were trying to divide the church and use it for their own advantage? Sure. I think Apollos was probably one of them. Was Paul one of them? No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, thank you, man. I thank you for letting me appreciate you for letting me pick your brain, man.
Yeah, sure thing. Appreciate the questions, man. All right. Well, that was fun. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 super chats, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. We've got a lot of guests waiting to get in. I'll get as many as we can. Eris says, that pastor was really creepy. It was a weird statement made by him, was trying to get clearer understanding, also worried about his daughter. Oh, you're saying the pastor you were speaking to that says that Leviticus 18 doesn't condemn sleeping with your daughter. You're saying you're concerned that he's using that rhetoric to sleep with his own daughter. That's fucking horrific. Let's hope that's not the case. I don't know what the case is, but man, would I be fucking sick to my stomach thinking about it. And unfortunately, I know people that have been in that situation. In fact, I knew fucking me. I worked in ministry once with a young woman when we were in college. Her father was a pastor, and her and her sister were sexually assaulted by their father, who was a pastor. It's horrific. It's fucking horrific. It does happen. And you have to wonder, do they say this stuff because they really believe it, or do they say it because they want some sort of plausibility for their behavior so that nobody questions them? It's difficult to figure out what the fuck's going on with these people. But if you have a pastor and they're quoting this to you saying, hey, the Bible doesn't say that you shouldn't sleep with your daughter, then fucking call the police, man. Alien, thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, Jarek here. Oh, Jarek, good to see you. I have no questions. Okay. I'm just here to support. Well, thank you. And to thank you again for introducing me to the Deconstruction community and other creators. Rock Hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, Pets 4V $F? Huh. I don't know that one. Anyone know that one? Pets 4V $F? You guys know what that means? That's entirely new to me. I thought I was keeping up on the hashtags, but that one is completely new. I have no idea what that means. But yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And Lorraine, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I listen to your content daily at the gym. Hearing you eviscerate Phil Bros is the best pre-workout. It is fun, to be fair. As someone wanting kids soon, any advice on teaching them the value of truth over feel-good beliefs? Well, first of all, it's my firm belief that children are smart. Many of you know my mother ran a daycare growing up. I spent my life surrounded by children. I was the youngest of 8 kids. I love kids. I spent a lot of time with kids. I worked in youth ministry before. I think kids are really fucking smart. And I think if you teach them how to think at a young age, I think they'll latch on to it and they'll come to good conclusions eventually. Will they always come to the right conclusions? No. But I think if you teach them how to think logically at a young age, I think they'll typically put that into play. So, advice on young kids, I would teach them how knowing the right things has led to every scientific breakthrough that we have. Every bit of technology that you have in your life, you owe it to somebody who said, I wonder what's true and what would happen if. Science is the thing that is built on truth, not on feel good. Science is the thing that doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. And science is the thing that is always moving society forward. So if they like society, it's because science doesn't give a shit about your feelings. Science only cares about facts. Juno's Boy Toy, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says regarding Isaiah 7:14, so many Christians think Alma means virgin. Yeah, because they're confused. Is that word ever used for virgin? No. Or are they just getting that from Strong's Concordance? Can actual lexicon settle this clearly? Yeah, I mean, if you just look it up in lexicon, it's going to say exactly what I just told you. If you go to Isaiah 7:14 and go to like the Brown Driver's Briggs or one of the others, it's going to give you exactly what I told you. The word for virgin is Bethula. If we're talking about an Alma could be a virgin or not a virgin. An Alma is just a young woman. Sometimes a young woman is a virgin. Sometimes a young woman's not a virgin. So can Alma be applied to a virgin? Sure. Can Alma be applied to a non-virgin? Sure. Does Alma ever connotate the idea of virginity? No. Fucking never. Never. The word Alma is never used to designate somebody as a virgin, because that's not what the word means. But in the dictionary, you just look it up. The lexical summary is a young woman, but if you go, don't go to Strong's. Strong's is not a lexicon, guys. Go to the BDB, and it says a young woman, ripe, sexually, maiden, or even newly married. And they give instances where it shows up. So yeah, there's no reason to read Alma as somebody who has never had sex, because the word Alma has nothing to do with whether or not you've reproduced or had sex. Not related whatsoever. The reason why they say Alma must mean virgin is because you'll find in these interlinear translations, which Christians love because they think that, oh, I've got an interlinear, that means I can read Hebrew now. No, you can't. Also, if you're an atheist and you think going to this interlinear is the same as reading Hebrew, please don't. You're embarrassing those of us who actually can read Hebrew. This English rendering is not an academic rendering. These orange texts below the words, this is literally just what the King James Bible says. All they did is they took the word in Hebrew and they overlaid it with the King James Bible. That's it. That's all this website's doing for you. So don't come into the Bible Hub and think that you're reading an actual translation of these words. You're not. So what you want to do if you're going to use this website is, first of all, learn a little bit of Hebrew, but then use the dictionary feature. That's the feature that you're going to want to use, is the dictionary feature. And give me just a second. My camera froze for some reason. There we go. And now we're back. There we go. So yeah, don't go to this website thinking that this is what the Hebrew says, but you'll notice under Ha-Alma, it says the virgin. Well, it doesn't say the virgin because that's what it means. It says the virgin because whoever did this was lazy and wanted a free open domain English text, which is typically the King James. And they said, okay, we'll just put the King James against the Hebrew and call it a day. But modern like interlinear translations that you pay money for, like the ones I have, they'll never say that. They will never say virgin where it says Alma. That's just not there. And Rich says, is it true that Jesus was an Israelite supremacist? Yep, I do agree. One of your co-hosts implied it. I agree. Are there more examples in addition to the woman he called a dog? Not a good one. But Jesus does say that he came first for the lost sheep of Israel and then for the nations, right? So while I agree that Jesus didn't say that the nations couldn't be saved or he didn't want the nations, is that he wants the lost sheep of Israel first and then the nations. To me, that's supremacism. That means you want your ethnic group first and then the other ethnic groups after that. So was he an Israelite supremacist? Yeah, I believe so. Does that mean he disliked people who weren't Israelites? No. I don't believe that to be the case at all. I don't think that Jesus thought that all non-Israelites were like dirty and unclean and undeserving. That's not my reading of the text. And Chaos Engine, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I have a quick favor. Looking to add YouTube to my game streaming for fellow heathens to come relax to, but needing the 50 followers. Could I get some help? Chaos Engine 89. Well, there you go, friends. If you want to watch some gaming content, Chaos Engine is doing it, and the handle is at chaos_engine89. And if I remember correctly, you're going to be streaming on YouTube and on Twitch. So if that's the kind of thing you're into, give our friend a follow. And last super chat for now from Percy says, run for office. Maybe. here's the thing. Like, I've been around politics enough in my life to know that I don't want to be a politician. I never want to be the target of the political foes. Politics is dirty. Like, you guys know I've dealt with some death threats over the years, but nothing like politics. Every politician I've known personally has had to deal with a high number and a repeat number of death threats. Politics is nasty. It's very, very nasty. It's even more nasty than religion. So you have to ask yourself, is this really the fight you want to get into? And the reality is, like, I don't think you should get into that fight unless you're really fucking passionate about it and you're really knowledgeable about it. I might be a little bit passionate about politics, but I'm not as knowledgeable about politics as I would like to be. If I was ever going to do political debate streams, I would keep it pretty streamlined and just focus on a single topic, rather than doing like a whole political thing, like, about being left or being right. I would probably make it very topic specific so that I can kind of hone in on debates that I think are actually winnable, would be a good way to say it. Okay, let's go to our next guest in line. I believe it's going to be Jeffrey, and then after Jeffrey, maybe Bobby?
Yeah.
Welcome in, Jeffrey.
So I was curious because
Oh, Jeffrey, someone is smoking in the background of your live stream, and you got to cover that up, or you're gonna get our live stream taken down. There you go.
Camera's gone. Hey, so at some point I'm going to get off my butt and learn a little Hebrew and a little Greek. But until then, I wanted to ask you about an interpretation of Genesis 2.
Okay.
The word Selah.
Oh yeah. For the side or the
yes,
the member.
Side. Is this a side or is this a rib? Like
I assume you stumbled on the biblical archaeology article on this. The Bar Review has an article on this from like 12 years ago.
I don't remember where I came across it. I stumbled across a reference at some point to rabbinical interpretation that Adam was androgynous, and then God split him in two.
Okay. So this viewpoint has been pretty widely debunked by the scholarship. In fact, for a while, the Biblical Archaeology Review removed the article talking about this. It actually, it was funny because when it was first still kind of new and circulating, I thought to myself, they're going to retract this. So I saved a copy of it on my own personal drive, and sure enough, they fucking retracted it. And then a number of years later, they unretracted it. So there was a couple of years where you couldn't get it. That being said, the claims in that particular article that you'll find in the Biblical Archaeology Review are not based on good grammar. And that's why it was retracted. So, for example, the word for rib, it actually shows up in the plural. So it's one of the ribs. Right. So that's the nature of the problem. In fact, let me grab the original reference.
Well, if the grammar's bad, then how did it ever get any traction in it's got to because they like Plato, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
just answer my question.
The problem that you have here is that it depends on which parts of the text you think are original. So there's a case to be made that if you're doing source criticism, you can look at this text and think that it had multiple starting points. And one of those starting points possibly came from the less dirty named baculum, which just means penis, penis bone. Okay, so the reality is the grammar itself would lead you to believe that it's a rib rather than a side piece. Also, because if it's a side piece, then it entails that you can only look at the human being one way. You'd be looking at their side to see the thing pointing out. You see what I'm saying? If you're pointing forward, it's actually centered on your body. So then the question becomes, well, why would somebody describe this bone as being on the side when typically we look at Adam and Eve looking forward straight at them, right? So there's just a lot of really weird questions about that. the reason why people are saying, well, maybe there's a case to be made that it actually refers to, rather than a rib, it refers to like a center post, is because it's got some linguistic connection with some Akkadian words. So there's a Canadian or an Akkadian word that's very similar that gets used to refer to somebody's dingling. And so they're saying, I don't know, here's a word that sounds a whole lot like it. But it depends. So, because the reason why there's debate is because the word in the text can sometimes, the plural can be used to refer to a singular. Much like the word sheep can refer to both a singular and a plural. So the debate is like, okay, when we see this word show up in the plural, is it a collective or is it actually a plural?
Right. Okay.
Right. So that's where the debate is. But let me show you where the original article is. You can read the original article that was published, and you can ask yourself, hey, do I think that this is a viable argument? I don't think it's a viable argument. In fact, I wrote an article against it like 12 years ago. Oh, it's paywalled. You can't get it now. Okay, so the link to the article is now behind a paywall. But it was like a volume 41, if I remember correctly. Let's grab it.
Volume 41 of Biblical Archaeological Society.
Yeah. The guy who published it, I think, was Professor Dan Ben Amos.
Okay. I suspect I can find my way past a paywall.
Yeah, but like if you can't, shoot me a message. I can show you other places where this article is mentioned, and you can see like what the hubbub is all about. But it's a super interesting argument. When I first learned of it, when it first was published in the Biblical Archaeology Review, I remember like I was talking to it in like the general public, and people got mad at me. I was like, listen, I'm just telling you what the scholarship is saying. Actually, here's the actual link. It is behind a paywall, but it says,
okay. So this is about the question of whether it's a baculum. So my question about the side was there's an interpretation, a rabbinic interpretation, that Adam was originally androgynous and was sort of like a man and a woman stuck together. And God split him in half, like took off one of the sides.
Yeah, that's just like a Talmudic mythology. Like that's like akin to like the Lilith mythology. It's like it's not rooted in any part of the text grammatically. Like it's very fanciful.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, where it would probably have come from is a similar story in Plato's Symposium.
Oh, maybe.
If they might have read Plato's Symposium and then looked at this text and like, hey, we can kind of fit this together. But I don't know Hebrew well enough, really, at all, to be able to say whether it's supportable read.
The best text you're going to read on it is the one I pulled up on the screen by Zayni Zevit. If Zayni Zevit can't get you a good answer, nobody can. Zayni Zevit is an absolute legend in this field of study. I don't know of somebody that would have been able to write this article any better. I think he makes the strongest case in this article that you're going to hear, but unfortunately, it's not necessarily the case that you're trying to make. You're trying to make the case from the Jewish mysticism about this additional Adamic narrative that's not in the Hebrew Bible, and it's kind of only touched on in the Talmud.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not trying to make a case at all. I'm just curious.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that the Talmudic additions to this in reference to the baculum is not something I'm terribly familiar. I don't really study Jewish mysticism or the Kabbalah or anything from the medieval period. I was always much more interested in the archaeology and like the ancient backgrounds. You know what I mean?
Hmm. There's some really interesting and really strange stuff in there.
Sure, there really is. Yeah, agreed.
All right, well, that's what I was curious about. So thanks for
Well,
thanks
hey,
for
thanks for the question. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Cheers. Certainly is an interesting question, but I do believe the grammar of the passage would lead one to believe that it was just a rib. Aaron, thank you for the super chat. Oh, this is the Aaron. Hey, good to see you. It says, yo, Justin, how do you nicely tell people you don't want their prayers besides fuck off? Sick of hearing it. That's a tough one. When people say they'll pray for me, I kind of just shrug it off because I'm like, I don't give a fuck. But like, I can see why it would be annoying, especially if somebody does it a lot. If like somebody knows you're an atheist and they continue on purpose to antagonize you by saying, I'll pray for you. You could just say something silly like, well, I'll think for you. You know, you just give back what they're giving, return the same energy, right? If you don't want them praying for you, then you can just tell them, you know, or you could be a little bit snarky and like, well, let me know when Jesus answers even a single fucking prayer, because the record seems to be against you. It seems to be that Jesus's own prayers aren't even being answered according to John 17. So listen, you can waste all the breath you want praying to your sky carcass. He ain't coming. You could say something like, well, let me know when he actually answers back. You could say something like that. I don't know. There's some options, though. Hope you're doing well, Aaron. And Aaron says, what is the verse Jesus quoted that's not in the Old Testament or even the Bible? Do you think there was a verse he was trying to think of that was possibly similar? I mean, there's passages that Paul quotes that aren't in the Bible. Jesus, though? I can't think of a time where Jesus quoted something that literally wasn't in the Hebrew text. Like Matthew 27, he quotes something that he says in Jeremiah, but actually it's in Zechariah. That's a thing. But I don't know if I've seen Jesus quote something, said it was in the Bible, and then it just wasn't there. Typically it's there, but it's like modified or it's under a different author. You may have to give me a better example. Unfortunately, you might have something here. I just don't, I don't know what you're talking about. Rocket says, how would you respond to someone saying Amos 9:14-15 is fulfilled prophecy? Well, Amos 9 was written ostensibly after the fact. I mean, presumably. So Amos 9, if we actually have a record of Amos 9 and the punishment that befell Israel based on the prophecy of Amos, we would have needed a text in Paleo Hebrew, right? At the time Amos was alive, the form of biblical Hebrew that we have didn't exist yet, not for hundreds of years, right? So we actually don't know that this prophecy of Amos happened prior to the events. You just have to choose to either believe it did or didn't. And I personally didn't think it did. I think it was happening as they were getting fucked up by the Assyrians. And also, even if it was before, it still is meaningless. Because anyone can, like, when you have an army like the Assyrians, and they're traveling towards you, and they're fucking up everybody in their sights, if the USA started marching south through Mexico, would not the people in Panama have the right to say, hey, listen, the Americans are coming, then they're going to fuck you up? Well, yeah, because they can't do shit about it, right? We're the most powerful nation, powerful army on the planet. When the most powerful army on the planet is in a death march towards you, making the prediction, hey, I think they're going to come and fuck us up, that's an easy prediction. Anyone could make that. The problem is the prediction in Amos that the northern tribes would be restored again. That never fucking happened. That's a failed prophecy. So I'm not impressed with these bad geopolitical predictions at all. Jerry says, Justin, Boney M. Oh, that's the people who did that, the Rasputin song, right? Wasn't that Boney M? Really? This is a song based on Psalm 137. I wonder why they left verse 9 out. Oh, you know why. You know why they left out the verse about dashing babies' heads against stones? Come on. That's not a very enchanting lyric for a dance song. At least I wouldn't think so. Bad social skills, thank you for the $10 super tip. Says Justin, think back to your classmates in seminary. Would you consider yourself to be fairly normal within that group? Totally serious question. Yes, I would actually. Most of the people in my cohort were actually, some of them were more liberal than me, believe it or not. But I don't think all of them were. Maybe one or two of them. I think I was probably somewhere in the middle of the group. I definitely think that most of the people in my seminary cohort probably would agree with most of what I'm saying. They might come to a different conclusion. They might say, listen, I understand Jesus didn't really fulfill any prophecies, but like, I guess typologies is fine. But like if the cohort I was in seminary with were on the stage with me right now, I don't know if they would go out of their way to correct me. I think they would mostly agree with me. It just happens to be that sometimes you can look at the facts of the Bible and come to a different conclusion, and that's what happened. Now, some of them have deconstructed. I've talked to some of them from seminary, and I know a number of them actually have deconstructed and don't believe it anymore. I don't know how many. I just know that there are some, and I think there will be more to come for sure. Last super chat for now from Ephraim Salami. Thank you for the super chat. Says, good work, bro. Can you make more educational videos? I can. And it's been my mission for 2026 to do at least 1 or 2 good response education videos on my main channel. So I will continue to do that this year. I haven't made one in February yet, but I promise I'll be getting to it. So yes, my goal is to do some collaborations with other creators and do more educational content rather than just debates. It's just a matter of finding time. That's the hard thing, because like I debate 3 nights a week on my channel. I debate 1 night a week at least, it seems, on AXP or The Line or on Apologetic or all 3. Sometimes I debate on Saturday nights on Sarah's channel. It's like every night of the week I'm debating somewhere. So it's just like, it's really hard to find time. My schedule is really jam-packed with events. It's really full, y'all. All right, I'm going to grab Kurgo, who was next in line, and then I think after that was Graytheist. Welcome in, Kurgo. Kurgo?
Hey.
Oh, there you are. You with us? Hello? Hola. Okay. Well, come back if you figure it out. Moving on to Graytheist. And if you pronounce that name wrong, that's a doozy. How you doing, Graytheist?
Hey Justin, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, I would like to start by following many others tonight by saying I'm a huge fan of your work. A regular supporter on YouTube.
Thanks for watching.
And
thanks for supporting.
Yeah, well, no, thanks for. Well, I like to think of you as the Michael Jordan to Matt Dillahunty's Dr. J.
That's crazy.
And it's
I'm
just
not the Michael Jordan.
Well, it's just great to be around and alive. Anyway, thanks to your encouragement earlier in the year, your rallying cries, I quite nervous actually.
That's okay.
I started up this account. Yeah. I started up this account to sort of go live and try to, provide my version of the arguments I see you guys make. A sort of words mean words approach, dictionary definitions, and holding people down. So, my question is about the God's evil in the God being evil in the Bible, specifically about the curse of Eli. I kind of have this pet fascination with the God
Samuel
leaving,
chapter 2.
Right, when God not just slaughters the line, but leaves one alive. And the first thing I read
Abiathar.
Right. So what's the is that I kind of focus in on it as a what I felt like was a particularly good example of just petty evil. But But I wonder if you could give me some reading direction or some sort of overview of alternative reasons why it's not just God leaving one alive to weep out his eyes, but rather to play a further role in the story. Does that make sense?
I may not know what you're asking, but I mean, I've used this example before of God punishing the innocent. So you already know, because Hophni and Phinehas were kind of scoundrels, the sons of Eli, that God punished the entire household of Eli. And then like 2 generations or 3 generations later, he has Doeg, Saul's henchman, murder all of the priests at Nob, including the men, women, and children, and only Abiathar survives. So to me, the fact that men, women, and children who weren't even part of the problem that Hophni and Phinehas were part of, the reason they got killed, having not done anything worthy of being killed, to me is horrific. That God will kill babies if you're like your great 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 grandfather was bad.
Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of fodder, lots of ammunition when it comes to that sort of activity. I guess really the other aspect to the other side to the coin of my approach, one being words being words, the other point being that using those sort of definitions and holding people in logical corners, it's easy to show how the character of God that they have invented in their heads or been subscribing to via the churches is just not the guy in the Bible. And so do you have like a favorite example? I know you have lots of favorite things, you know so much stuff. But do you have a favorite example of how, for most people, they have this idea, like something like Jesus is peaceful. Jesus brings a message of peace, not being aware of the fact that it's clear that he's not for that, and he claims that himself. So a difference between the loving character people have in their minds versus the guy in the Bible. Do you have a particularly good, strong example or a favorite example of how the idea of God that people carry around in their heads is a complete mismatch for what one would understand when they've read the Bible as deeply as you have?
I think there are 2 verses that come to mind. One is Revelation 14, where it talks about those who end up in hell. It says that they're going to be tormented in the presence of the Lamb, which is weird that Jesus would want them to be tormented in their presence, but it does match Luke 19. He gives a parable in Luke 19 about the faithful servants, or there's a couple different names for it. But in the end of the parable is about Jesus, basically, how he's entrusting people with this gift while he's gone. When he comes back, he wants to see a return. He wants to see that you've treated your investment wisely for him. But when he comes back in the parable, which is akin to him coming back from, his second coming, he says, I tell you, all those who have more will be given, but from those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my very presence. So Jesus is like, listen, if you didn't accept me, when I come back, I'm going to have you slaughtered in my presence. Bring them before me. Let me watch you get offed. This is vicious. And Jesus himself said, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword, to turn mother against daughter and father against son. And this is what you would expect from an apocalyptic cult leader that demanded you abandon your rational thinking for fear of bodily torture.
Yeah. It's pretty damning. But I really appreciate it. Anyway, great to talk to you. Thanks for doing these Q&As and all the rest of it.
Yeah, sure thing, man. Best of luck on your channel.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers. I love to hear more people are getting into the mix. I never really feel like we have enough people doing it. I realize there's some people that are like, oh no, there's too much competition. My channel might not grow. I don't think so. There are so many Christians. There are so many God believers out there. I don't know how many atheist channels we can have. We would almost never cannibalize each other. I don't know. It's an interesting thing. I do love seeing the community grow, though. And Twister Scripture says, thanks, Justin. Really enjoyed the Q&A. You've helped me untangle so many lies I was taught. Just wanted to say, enjoy the Q&A. Rockhard Frederick. Well, thank you, Twisted. I hope you're doing well. Glad to hear from you. Always glad to see you in the audience. And thanks for being a member and a supporter in the community, as well with Gretchen. Thank you, Gretchen, for the $5 super chat. It says, from Brent, DZ Debates, did you know before you did an interview with Mishvision that he spoke out against the woke leftist cult? That interview that I did with him was like a year ago, before he talked, he did his Bob Price stuff. That being said, I don't think I've ever heard Derek talk about the woke leftist cult. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. I've never heard it. That being said, I know Derek personally, and I don't believe well, I know he's not a right winger. I know that much. I know he's not a Trump supporter. He hates Trump. He just happens to not want to be pigeonholed in, like, he's a lot like a couple other people in the atheist community where he doesn't feel like he needs to be forced into being liberal just to be an atheist. In fact, he doesn't fucking care about politics. I don't know why this keeps coming up. Derek is not interested in politics. He doesn't care. It doesn't occupy his mind space. That's why he doesn't want to get pigeonholed into a political position. He doesn't give a fuck about politics. And like, I get it. I get it. We've had talks about politics before. I know where he's at on politics. That being said, I think the atheist community is making way too much about his possible political affiliation. If he ever says something that I think is like damning and harmful, yeah, I'll tell him, Derek, shouldn't have fucking said that. We've got to part ways. I haven't heard it yet. Maybe I just haven't listened to enough of his content. Maybe I missed it, but I've never heard him say it. I've never heard him say something that was damning or hurtful. I do know when he brought back Bob Price, I was like, that's going to be a fucking tough one, buddy. You're going to alienate some of your base. Bringing back a guy like Bob. I don't know Bob like anyone else knows him. I never followed Bob's work. I'm not a mythicist, but I know he said some controversial bullshit. And so having that guy around, I think, is a liability to the channel. I wouldn't have Bob on my channel. I know that much. Again, I don't know much about Bob's political views. I just know I've heard Bob say enough things where I'm like, nah, we're not going to do that. I know he's transphobic, Bob is. Bob's definitely transphobic, but I don't think Derek is. PDX Geek says, I'm from a Jewish family, some quite orthodox. None of my family treats the Torah as 100% true. We regard it as a mix of mythology, allegory, history, and tradition. Why are Christians so literal? Well, the reason why Christians treat it literally is because the New Testament treats it literally, right? Now, I'm with you. Most of the Jews that I know don't treat the entire Hebrew Bible as dead literal. Some of them do, some of them don't, most of them don't. Nevertheless, Christians have to, because the theology of the New Testament depends on the Old Testament being literally true. That's why they're stuck on it. Also, Gretchen with the follow-up says, sorry for doing that to you, Justin. It's okay, Gretchen. I know that you care. I really do. And I know that there are really good people in the community that are just looking out for the other people in the community. And I understand that having some affiliations with certain people in different parts of the community could come off as bad representation. But my theory has always been try to be forgiving and have a big tent. Somebody says something that's iffy, have a conversation with them. See what's actually happening. Don't just immediately throw stones. Try to figure out what's going on over there. And I feel like I typically do that. There have been some people that I have literally said, nope, we're done. We're not doing this anymore. Your community and my community you're a danger to me, right? There are people like that where I've had to do that. If somebody is always willing to be open and honest and change their opinion and clarify when they say something that might be harmful, they clarify what they actually meant. I'm always willing to forgive them. And that's just me. That's just my personality. And Iris says, I'm thinking the verse was John 7:38. Okay. So John 7:38 is, I'm trying to remember what your last super chat was, says, and let the one who believes in me drink, as the scripture has said, out of the believer's heart shall flow rivers of living water. Now I have no idea what you're talking about because I have no idea what your last super chat was. Says, what's the verse that Jesus quoted that's not in the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible? Do you think there was a verse he was trying to think of that was similar? And the verse that you pointed out is in John 7. So let's grab the wider context to see what's actually getting said here. Dun, 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 dun. The Jews said to one another, "Where does this man intend to go that we will not find him? Does he intend to go to the dispersion among the Greeks and teach the Greeks? What does he mean by saying, 'You will search for me, but you will not find me. Where I am, you cannot come'?" So it sounds like there's an earlier part in this passage that actually is being referenced by verse 38. Blah, blah, blah. Actually, let me go. I bet the cross-reference is right next to it. If I go to 38, I bet there's a cross-reference. Oh, so, and what, sorry, I was in 37, was it? And let one who believes in me drink, as the scripture has said, out of the believer's heart shall flow living water. Yeah, sorry, I must have missed that first time I read it. Yeah. So Jesus is saying, as the scriptures said, out of the believer's heart shall flow living water. I bet this is a paraphrase, but according to my cross-reference is Isaiah 12:3, says, "You will, with joy, you will draw water from the wells of salvation." I could see that. I could see that. It's a loose quotation for sure. But there's actually quite a few of them. There's quite a few quotations in the New Testament that are kind of glancing. That's probably one of them. It could just be a misquote. Slapula, thank you for the super chat, says, "What's the most effective deconstruction argument?" I think my most effective deconstruction argument to get people to deconstruct from Christianity is twofold. One, you have no evidence that Jesus rose from the dead. You only have bad secondhand accounts. Number two, that motherfucker fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies, not even one. If Jesus didn't fulfill even one messianic prophecy, I am not inclined whatsoever to believe that he is the Messiah and God raised him from the dead. That's simply preposterous. I think once you demonstrate that Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic expectation, all of Christianity falls apart. It doesn't matter what you think happened after that. All of Christianity falls apart. If Jesus is not the Messiah, no fucking way he rose from the dead. If Jesus is not the Messiah, then no way Christianity is true. I think it's the death, what do you call it? The death knell? Hold on. Let me get the right word. The death knell refers to the slow tolling of a bell to announce the death of somebody. Yeah. I think the death knell of Christianity is Jesus as Messiah. Once you demonstrate that Jesus clearly wasn't the Messiah, Christianity's over. It's done. Put a fork in it. There's no coming back. Okay. Let's grab our next guest. It's going to be Akin. I hope I pronounced that right. How you doing, Akin?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hi. Can I start with a joke I just thought up?
Yeah, also, how do I pronounce your name?
Akyne. It's a contraction of my first name and last name.
Acuna, right?
Akyne.
Acuna. Okay.
Yeah, it's because my last name is German and it has a German U.
Okay.
Okay, my joke. Maybe Adam was a hermaphrodite. God didn't steal the rib, but the female parts. He just forgot about the nipples.
The what?
The nipples. Never mind.
I don't understand. Both of them have nipples, though.
Yeah, he forgot to remove the nipples from Adam.
Oh, you mean he removed the penis from Eve and forgot to remove the nipples from Adam?
No, Adam was a hermaphrodite, and he took the female parts, the vagina, and gave to Eve.
Buddy, I love you, but I guess I don't. The joke's not landing
No, you're
for me.
Never mind. I have two arguments you have probably not heard before.
Oh, I'd love to hear them then.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Adam and Eve were psychopaths. If you don't know right from wrong, you are a psychopath by definition. So when they ate from the tree of knowledge, they got healed.
Well, I might push back on the definitions. Like, children don't know right from wrong, but they're not psychopaths, are they? I think somebody experiencing psychopathy are having a break with reality, right?
Yeah, but not knowing right from wrong is a trait from psychopaths, serial killers and the like.
Right, but not everyone who doesn't know right from wrong is a psychopath.
True.
Anyways,
the other thing I had is that God was pro-abortion.
Yeah, he was. I agree with you.
If 46% of all women did not bleed on the wedding night, they would have been stoned, and some of them would have been pregnant.
Yeah, you must be a new viewer here. Yeah, we talk about that quite often.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Oh, well, excellent talking points.
Okay.
Cheers.
Bye.
Well, that was fun. All right, let's get a next one in here. I think it's going to be maybe Matthew.
Hello.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey, Justin.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Been a long time fan. My girlfriend's Jewish, and we got her interested in your show. Actually, her first viewage of your show was that that Jewish guy that was acting Christian almost. I don't know if you remember that, but it was like maybe 2 weeks ago or something.
Yeah, that was wild, wasn't it?
Yeah, she was like saying like, this is like, what are these arguments? Like, we don't really go about doing this, Yeah, but I did have some like a question for you.
Sure.
Well, one or two, if that's okay.
Sure.
I had a first question was just like as someone who's like experienced like an exorcism performed on me before, I'm just curious to learn more about that, because when I'm currently in university for majoring in religion and culture, and we've done some synoptic gospels classes, and when we were looking at Mark, we really looked at like his interactions with Jesus' interactions with like the exorcisms and all that stuff. So I'm just wondering, like, the Catholic Church, began that modern practice. I mean, there's a whole history there with like Hollywood and stuff, but I'm curious where the actual idea came from, if you know, like where those traditions or beliefs came from.
I mean, when did people start doing exorcisms for the first time?
Yeah, like related to like, because I see it in like Mark, so isn't that like maybe not a modern day exorcism, but like something similar, or am I mistaken?
So people have been doing these types of rituals for a long time.
Okay.
So even as early as the Neo-Assyrian Empire, I would even say going back to the Babylonian Empire, we've got rituals for alleviating people of unclean spirits or other types of spirits. So it was commonly thought that spirits, both clean and unclean, demonic of nature, could inhabit the bodies of people. In fact, it says in a couple poems. Let me grab it real quick. There's an interesting poem about these unclean spirits, where it specifically states that they live out in the desert waiting for passers-by to attack. And there's other things like the evil eye, stuff like that. Let me grab what page is this on of this book? Hold on.
Oh, so what comes from the Babylonians, you said?
Well, no, the Babylonians didn't invent it. What I'm saying is, as early as we have written documentation, we have people claiming that they are being inhabited by spirits, and then there are many incantations to rid them of the unclean spirits.
I see. Okay.
I talked about a book earlier. That's
Yes.
a really cool book. It's called The Spirits and Devils of Babylonia. And in it, you'll
Yes.
find a host of spells and incantations to alleviate demonic possession. So like here's one of them on page, what's that? XLII. Fuck, I forgot what L is in Roman numerals.
Relatable.
But anyways, go to that book, the 2-volume series, The Spirits and Devils of Babylonia, and you'll find incantations and ritualistic things for ridding people of spirits via exorcism. It was pretty common. In fact, you even see it in the Hebrew Bible when Elisha, it goes down on the boy, mouth to mouth, hands to hand. This is what's typically, this is referred to as like sympathetic magic, where the general idea is like you're mimicking something, but the thing that you're mimicking actually has power, and that's the transference. Like that's why you need to touch. You're transferring the evil spirits through the touch, through the mouth, from one entity to another. It's a form of exorcism that was common in the ancient world. It just happens to show up in that particular passage without explicitly stating that it's an exorcism, but it basically is.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah,
So
I've got
yeah.
Give me a sec. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh no, I was just saying. So was this since it's present in the Hebrew Bible, was this also a commonly done Jewish tradition, or at the time, or I mean, like ritual? I mean.
I guess I don't know what you're talking about. At the time that we were just speaking about, the Jews didn't exist yet.
Well, yeah. Apologies. I meant more so the Israelites, like where they have practicing these.
Everybody
these
was.
exorcism rituals. Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody was. In fact, here's a couple. I've been meaning to update my channel. I haven't. I've got another channel on YouTube. It's just called The Ancient Near East, and I've got a number of readings from ancient Near Eastern documents. One of them is the Assyrian scapegoat ritual. And this is from about 900 to 600 BCE, and it talks about how, just like we've got the Azazel, the scapegoat ritual in Leviticus 16, we actually have a parallel to that in the ancient Assyrian texts, but it's not a goat, it's actually a sheep. It's the Assyrian scape sheet purification ritual. But we've got all kinds of ritualistic texts on this topic. Some of them I've done for my channel. Just go to the Ancient Near East on YouTube. You'll find it. This is it. I apologize. When I first started this channel, I wasn't sure if I was going to actually do voiceover myself or do like an AI voiceover. So I kind of toyed with both. Some of them are going to be like an automated AI voice, and some of them are going to be me reading the text. But now that I'm actually comfortable reading text, long text out loud, all my future videos will probably just be me reading the text rather than having like an AI assistant read them for me. I just don't think it sounds good to hear like a robot read a text to you. It feels better when a human being's speaking it, you know?
Yeah, 100%. No, yeah, I agree on that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting because that's more of a nowadays that would be more so a I suppose Christian tradition, would it not be? Like, I mean, contemporary, like around our time, like I don't imagine that Jews practice this anymore, do they? Or do you know?
I guess I don't know what you mean. You keep using words that are overly broad, so I'm struggling to keep up with you. So, like, what do you mean by this? Do you think that Jews today practice exorcisms?
Yeah, no, my apologies. Yes, I meant I was asking if so. I know that not all Christians, but there are some denominations that still practice exorcisms, and I was wondering since we talked about like the Israelites practicing these, and that a lot of different societies practice them, if like Jews, certain denominations or still practice exorcisms today. If you knew or no, I don't know.
You keep asking me 5 questions at once. Do the ancient Jews do exorcism? Yes. Do modern Jews do exorcisms? Not really, but sometimes. Do modern Christians do circumcisions? Not really anymore, but they do sometimes if they're charismatic Pentecostal or even of the Catholic variety.
Yeah, sorry, I have really bad ADHD, so I get like
It
really
happens.
distracted.
It happens. Yeah. I
Okay.
totally get it.
Yeah, I just wondering like what is your opinion on like those like on I mean on exorcisms to be more specific? Like have you ever encountered anything like that or
No. No, I think
no?
people that are undergoing circumcisions are either faking it, which we have lots of evidence for. People fake it all the time, or they're in some sort of a psychotic break. People that are in a psychotic break will do all kinds of stuff. Also, it happens to be that a lot of people are susceptible to influence, which is why hypnotism works. Hypnotism works because there are people that are willing to believe that they can be hypnotized. And the reason why exorcisms work is because there are people who believe that exorcisms are real. Just so happens that when it comes to exorcism, there, as far as I know, there's not a single recorded exorcism with an atheist, because atheists never get possessed by demons because atheists don't believe in demons, because atheism is true. I hate to say that word. That's not a good way to say it. The claim of atheism is that this God basically doesn't exist, or there's no evidence for it. I agree with that. And if you believe that there is no such thing as an unclean spirit or an evil spirit, then obviously you're never going to need an exorcism, because you're not going to fall prey to the thing that you already believe doesn't exist. That's a long way
Yeah,
around the
no,
bend.
I was more so asking about like if you would consider I'm trying to see if I can say this on TikTok. How specific are the
I just
words
said
like
circumcision, y'all.
yeah,
Fuck it,
you've been
it's
saying
getting late.
circumcision.
Did I say circumcision all that? Sorry, friends, my brain short circuited. Yeah, not circumcision. You're allowed to have circumcisions.
Exorcism.
Exorcism. There we go.
Yeah. Just like I was just asking if you think that like would you consider exorcisms like as a form of abuse, perhaps, like if it's conducted involuntarily?
If somebody's forced into it, yeah. If you've got somebody
Yeah.
who's being forced into an exorcism, yeah, I think it's abuse.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering because I mean I got one of those as a kid, like forced into it. So
Sorry to hear
I've been
that.
just trying to learn more about it. Yeah, it was unfortunate. But I saw one of your live streams and you were talking about I think you've mentioned sometimes recovering from religion, so definitely reached out to them about that
For
stuff.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
reach out to them and our friend Dr. Joe. Although I think Dr. Joe is affiliated with Recovering from Religion.
Oh, okay. How do you reach out? Like just via message or?
I would just Google her webpage and email her. Her service is Dr. Joe Ann Ketch. In fact, I'll put it
Okay.
on the screen. Dr. Joe
Yeah, that'd be great.
Ann Ketch.
What,
She's
what's her
amazing.
role?
She's a
Like,
therapist.
what does she do? Oh, okay, yeah, that'd be great. I'm definitely looking for. Okay.
So the website looks like this, and it's the website is just joannketch.com, and that's I think that's how she goes by as well, Dr. Joe. There's her picture. That's what she looks like. You've probably seen her picture floating around in the community. Also, she's in our Discord. You can join the Discord and just search for Dr. Joe, and she'll probably come up. So, but she's got a contact page here, and there's the contact information if you want to get a hold of Dr. Joe.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a screenshot because I Googled it and I don't want to forget, you know?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I got it.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I guess just one more question. It's a bit of different topic, but how do you deal with like I'm aware you're not like a mental health professional or anything, but I'm more so like how do you deal with like street preachers? Like I find like they're not like any harm or anything, right? They're just preaching, but I find it pretty triggering from my past experiences. I'm not sure if you have any strategies. I mean, you're not a mental health professional, but like You know what I mean?
I mean, I've never met a street preacher. I wouldn't. I
Oh,
also
really?
wouldn't. Also wouldn't care. Like if
Yeah.
I ran up on a street preacher, I would just mind my own business and get the fuck on with what I was doing. That being said, like if I was bored, like if I was out doing something, I was just bored and I saw a street preacher, I would probably fuck with him pretty hard. I would quote Bible verses to him that I knew he didn't know. I would fuck with him so hard. But to be honest, in my day-to-day life, I'm so busy. Like I don't
Yeah.
bother myself with non-essential activities. Every activity I engage in outside of streaming is considered an essential activity. I don't waste any time. You'll never find moss growing under these feet.
Yeah, no, it's not like I want to talk to them, but I just get like really scared because of stuff, trauma and stuff. But so I was just wondering, it like just walk or like I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's a dumb question,
Yeah,
but
if it's triggering for you, I would avoid it. Be honest. Like if
yeah.
there's a place where they typically show up and if they're triggering you, causing you to feel negative emotions, I would avoid it for sure. In fact, there are places that I personally avoid because I don't want to deal with the negative emotion and or the memories, right? I think that's perfectly fair to protect yourself against it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sometimes they just randomly pop up. Like, I don't know if it's just my city. I run into them like all the time. I tell my girlfriend I'm cursed, like I keep running into them. Her first interaction with a preacher was when I was with her. So seems like just a little joke, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like to me, they don't bother me because like, first of all, I've never met one, but like I'm used to being around crazy people, so it's not that big of a deal. But also, I don't have any bad experiences. I'm not going to run into one and feel like any way about it, right? I don't have any past experience with them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's great. Very helpful because I mean, I've always been just walking past them, but it helps to know that we got a community here too. I just joined the Discord today, so I'll definitely check it out. Yeah, I love watching your streams. They help a lot with dealing with these emotions and kind of getting like a little not ammunition, but like protection. With the verses because I have a lot of family members that give me a lot of shit for it. So like for
Listen, your best ammunition is knowing this Bible.
Yeah. I actually came like when I first was at university and decided to take a Bible course at university as I was like my parents had convinced me to be a fundamentalist, and so I was going to as a hard churchgoer. Before that, I'd been an atheist most of my life, but I went and I took that one uni course and everything just came crashing down. Like I was like, this does not make any sense. Like this is awful. It was an intro course too, and like then I was like, I'm gonna major in this, like oh sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. Love you, buddy. But no testimonies. We don't take them from Christians or non-Christians. We keep everybody on the ball here. But we appreciate coming up and doing a little bit of jabber-jawing with me, and we appreciate the questions, and hopefully we were able to help.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's nice talking to you. Huge fan.
You too. Cheers, friend.
Bye.
Nice guy. Fair questions. Let's grab some super chats and we'll get back to our video queue after that. Antana, I think that's how it said. Thank you for the super chat. It says, hey Justin, I just started my channel a month ago. I haven't had any calls yet, but I'm not going to stop. Do you have any suggestions? Yeah, get on TikTok. In today's climate, just starting a call-in show on YouTube is going to flop. That's not where the debate is anymore. Friends, the debate is on TikTok right now. That's where the debate is. If you want to have phone calls, if you want to be active, if you want to actually converse, you got to get yourself a TikTok account and integrate it into your system. I started debating only on TikTok when I started. And eventually I got big enough on TikTok, I started a YouTube channel to debate, or I started debating on my YouTube channel. So things are different. The call-in shows are no longer call-in shows. The call-in shows are basically TikTok shows with a couple calls here and there. That's my suggestion. Get really integrated into TikTok community, and that's where you're going to find debates. Now, if you just want to do educational videos, if you just want to do little campfire chit chat, yeah, you can do that on YouTube. But if you really want to find interlocutors to debate with, they're on TikTok right now. That's where they are. Now, 10 years from now, they'll probably be somebody else. I don't know where they're going to be, but they'll probably not be on TikTok. That's how social media is. It changes all the time. That being said, that's what I would do. Also, even when you get on TikTok and you start making some presence, that doesn't mean people are going to come to your channel. Doesn't mean that they're going to care what you have to say. And it doesn't mean that you're going to get opposition. When I first started streaming, I had lots of streams where I had no opposition. I had lots of streams where I had to fill blank spaces and fill time. I found lots of ways to do that. When I was a new streamer, I was doing Bible trivia between callers. I was having a guest host with me that we can chit chat between calls. I was doing all kinds of stuff. So when you first get it going, it's hard. You're going to find lots of live streams where, you don't have people to talk to. It's just an unfortunate thing. Once you get off the ground, it'll be easier. If you're good and you're engaging and you're making clear points, your audience will grow pretty rapidly on TikTok. You'll get a lot of opposition at that point. And other creators in the community will find your channel and promote you. So if I stumble upon your TikTok account and I see you're kicking ass, obviously I'm going to be promoting your TikTok account. Anybody in the community that's coming up and doing a good job, the community typically does a really good job of recognizing them and trying to bump them up. So all I would say is, man, keep at it. You got to be vicious about it. I was doing 20 to 30 hours a week streaming. You think I do long streams now? When I first started live streaming, I was doing 12-hour live streams on the regular. I was taking a Saturday and said, fuck it. This entire Saturday is going to be a live stream. That's how dedicated I was to growing my audience early on. You guys know my personality. I don't do anything halfway. When I started streaming, I fucking hit it hard, real hard, because I knew that was the way to get growth. So also, if you're streaming on YouTube, get a vertical stream. So if you're brand new on YouTube, do not run a horizontal stream. Don't fucking do it. Run a vertical stream only. The algorithm will repay you by getting you in the shorts feed. The shorts feed is really good about getting new eyeballs on you. If you're just running a horizontal feed, hoping someone's going to see it and call in, it'll never happen. Just get rid of it. Wait till you get like 10,000 followers on YouTube and then start a horizontal feed. Until you get 10,000 followers on YouTube, fuck horizontal. Just only do vertical. I promise the algorithm will reward you. I had Polypolitics do this. I had Ian do this. I had Blitz do this. I've recommended this strategy to everybody that's on YouTube with me right now. And all of us have found success using this method. Grow your audience first by only having a vertical feed. The YouTube algorithm favors it. Once you get like 10,000 followers, then you can either go to a horizontal feed or just do a dual feed. So hope that helps. Zetsuwana, thank you for the $10 super. It says, I haven't read the Bible since I was 15. I am thinking of doing it again, mostly for the lulz. Since I can't read Greek or Hebrew, what version would you recommend I pick up? And I would recommend the same Bible that I really recommend to everybody. And that Bible is the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. And it is a doozy. It's phenomenal. If you want something of the Catholic variety, I would get the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition, or my favorite version of that is called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. It's got margins that are wide enough that you can put your notes in it. In fact, they've got places for your notes in the margins of the Bible. And the pages are thick enough that you can write in it and it won't entirely bleed through into the other side. So it's just a really good, well done Bible. I really enjoy it. Those are my two highest recommended study Bibles. The Catholic Note-Taking Bible is in the NABRE, the New American Bible Revised Edition, NABRE. And the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible is the NRSV, although the new one coming out this spring, it's on pre-order, but it's coming out this spring. The 6th edition is going to be the NRSV Updated Edition. Town BTS, thank you for the $10 super. Says, I feel like the best evidence that Christianity is not true are Christians. There's supposed to be a new creature in Christ. Oh, oops, Crusades, Inquisition, genocide, slavery, voting for Trump. I could not agree more. The Bible talks over and over again about how Christians are going to be transformed. But the reason why this is not a great debate tactic is for obvious reasons. The reason is they're just going to go to the no true Scotsman. It's like, well, those Christians that do that aren't true Christians. And then you're just in like a real petty back and forth about who is a true Christian. And it's not really worth your time. But to be fair, I agree with what you're saying for sure. And McCorrine says, hey, Justin, absolutely love what you do. I have crap service, or I'd call in. Can you explain how the Hebrew people were originally enslaved in Egypt? Well, they weren't. They weren't enslaved in Egypt. In fact, even if you just read Exodus carefully, it's clear that they weren't. They had their own houses. Their neighbors were the Egyptians. They had to paint the doorpost of their house with the blood so that the angel of death knew not to come there. But so like everything about the Exodus story would lead you to believe that they weren't real slaves. They were like forced labor. They were conscripted labor, meaning since you're here, you have to produce this amount of output for us. The same way the Israelites did to the log splitters and the water carriers. Since you're here, we're going to let you live, but you owe us this amount of wood and this amount of water. That seems to be really what happened. There's a French word for this, corvée. Typically in biblical studies, when we talk about the enslavement of the Israelites in Egypt, it's referred to as corvée labor. It's not real slavery, but it's not necessarily complete freedom. And I mean, they were kind of free to leave. Remember Joshua when he went to meet Moses? Not Joshua, Aaron, the brother of Moses. Like, he just got the fuck out of Egypt and walked over to Moses in Sinai. Like, nobody stopped him. He just fucked off. They could have left, y'all. They could have just left one by one because they weren't really slaves. And Skyin, or I'm sorry, that's an A. Sorry. Akuin, I know I didn't pronounce that right again. Thank you for the super. Sorry for being so nervous. It's okay. It's certainly okay to be nervous speaking in front of people. It is nerve-wracking. Says, love your content. I was never religious, but my dad was a Christian prick. Sorry to hear that. We hardly spoke this last 15 years of his life. That's why I'm anti-Christian. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Religion does have a way of dividing people, even families. And I'm not surprised that Christianity is among them, because Jesus told you he came to divide. He says, he who does not reap, he who does not sow with me scatters. He who is not with me is against me. He did come to segregate the people of like, if you fucking don't follow me, you're evil. And people took that to heart. Amir, holy shit, with a 6 series super chat. We'll try to get this right. It says Bible only, hell is a mashup. Sheol, Hades, Gehenna plus outer darkness plus lake of fire plus second death. Image clash, doctrine patches, pick one model. Agreed? There's lots of different ways to conceive of it. Eternal punishment needn't mean non-stop max torture. The Bible eternal can mark permanent outcome, not endless process. I do agree. Ask result versus runtime. Game, force believers to describe heaven and hell as they'd experience it. Senses, memories, timeline. No, I don't know. Then stress test the model hard. For attack. Soul identify. If you lack memories, values, personality, it's not you. If God edits them, it's replacement copy, not survival. QED, quantitative easing? What's QED? 5 out of 6. Hell, fear plus heaven promise equals control technology. Might is right plus fear plus false hope wielded or welded to institutional indoctrination plus mass cognitive dissonance. Nihilism, angel, if torment is endless, adaption matters. If second death, it's finite. Either way, Dante hell is oversold. Make it a segment. I mean, we could. Actually, here's the follow-up. It says, I had a coupon for $5 super chats. Well, hell yeah, that's why we got so many. No biggie. We appreciate it. Okay, so Amir, if you've been watching for a long time, you know my position on hell. My position on hell is that the Bible is notoriously unclear. The one thing it is clear on is that there is torment and wailing and gnashing of teeth. That's the one thing that it is absolutely clear on. Whether or not it's eternal or not, I think you can go either way. Whether or not they teach annihilationism, you can go either way. Michelle Driggers, thank you for the super chat. It says in Leviticus 19:28, it says, "You shall not make cuttings in your flesh for the dead," but they never talk about not wearing gold. Okay, so there's some stuff here, right? So in Leviticus 19, we've got some prohibitions against what would ostensibly be considered pagan worship. And one of them is the cuttings for the dead, which, to be sure, is a practice we know existed in the ancient world. That's not one that is in question. We know that people were cutting them for the dead. The passage that you're referring to sometimes gets related to tattoos. He says, you shall not cut your flesh for the dead or tattoo any marks upon you, for I am the Lord. I don't know anything in that passage about gold. Maybe there's an alternative rendering that says something about gold. I don't know anything about gold from that passage. I can try looking up in like the King James, see if the King James says something about gold, but I don't think that it does. Yeah, I don't see that either in the King James. I mean, is this from the Message? Or is this from like a weird Bible translation? What about the modern English version, the MEV? No, I don't see that either. Let me check. Let me just do a cursory glance of all of them. Bible Hub will have all of them listed at once, typically, if you search for it right. Okay, here's the listing of all of them. We'll do a Control F, find gold. Nope, not one. I don't see a single Bible translation of Leviticus 19:28 that says anything about gold. I guess I don't know what you're referring to, my friend. Sorry, I couldn't be more helpful, but none of my translations say anything about gold. And Gretchen says, "You're killing me with fuck horizontal." Now, not y'all. What I'm saying is, when you're new to YouTube and you're a live streamer, don't do a horizontal live stream. You're not going to get an algorithm push. You're not going to get a lot of new eyeballs. I promise you. Just do a horizontal feed. I had many times where just doing a horizontal feed, I got 500, 600, 700 followers in one stream. My doing a vertical feed, sorry. My horizontal stream has never gotten more than 150 followers in one live stream, no matter how long I live stream for. Because the shorts feed and the horizontal feed are fundamentally different. People scan really fast through that shorts feed, so you get a lot of new eyeballs finding your channel. They don't do that with the horizontal feed. The horizontal feed is typically for people who already follow your stuff. And if you don't have people following your stuff, there's no point in doing it. So you could start out by doing a horizontal and a vertical feed, but then you're dividing your audience and you're not getting the benefit of the vertical algorithm. To maximize the algorithm of the vertical feed, you want to do all of your people on that feed. It works just like the TikTok algorithm. The more people are watching you on vertical feed, the more it's going to show you to people that don't follow you. Whereas on the horizontal feed, it will never show you to a lot of people that don't follow you. Charge says, is the tri-omni God biblically accurate? Nope, it is not. You will not find the tri-omni God in the Bible whatsoever. You'll get close, but you will not find it, which is ironic that every Christian and every Philbro we've ever talked to is completely married to this tri-omni God. It's fucking preposterous. If you're a Christian and you're listening to this, you don't have to believe in the tri-omni God. It's not incumbent on you to believe in a tri-omni God. You can say he's not omni, he's max. He's maximally good. He's maximally powerful. That gets you out of this omni paradox. And Dope Boy says, have you ever had a subjective experience that coincidentally aligned with external reality in a way that made you stop and reflect? I'm not equating it to God, but those moments make me think. I have, and yes, they do. I have definitely had occasions where something has happened to me that it almost felt like a premonition. I was like, what are the fucking odds? What are the fucking odds? What a weird thing to happen. That's really something that I've experienced once or twice in my life. Don't always know what to make of it, other than sometimes fucking coincidences happen. I grew up in a tiny, tiny town in Ohio. Well, not my entire life, part of my life. When I was in high school, I was still living there. It was a teeny, teeny, tiny fucking town. I took a trip down to Texas, to another small town. I went down to visit a friend in Tyler, Texas. I got to Tyler, Texas, and I saw a whole group of people from my hometown in Tyler, fucking Texas. The same time I was there. Like, what are the fucking odds that a group of people from my tiny little podunk town in Ohio just happened to show up in Tyler, Texas? There's nothing happening here. There's no event going on. They just happened to show up in the same fucking tiny little Texas town that I decided to go to. The odds are astro-fucking-nomical. And the fact that I knew them. They were people I knew. Like, so sometimes, like, just weird things happen. Sometimes the odds of something happening is incredibly rare. It just fucking happens anyways. Happens all the time. All right, I'm going to take one more guest here and then probably finish out with a couple of questions from the chat. Dr. Joe, loading up. Welcome, Dr. Joe.
Hey, Justin.
How you doing?
I was called out from the ether. Somebody messaged me and said to stop by. So here I am.
Oh, so I had a guest that was looking for resources, and I gave him your information. I showed him your website. So you should possibly be getting a phone call or an email from somebody here this coming week.
Okay, terrific.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does somebody have a name or yeah?
Shit, guys, do you remember the name of that guest that we were going over Dr. Joe's website with in the chat? Do you remember who it was? Somebody in the chat will know. The chat's super smart.
Okay, great.
We'll give him a second to load.
Yeah. Yeah. So I do have my deconstruction support website up and running. You can request a consultation. And so that's good news there. And you were talking about when you were starting your channel, and I remember when you used to do Bible trivia.
Yeah, right? Because I didn't have people to talk to all the time.
Yeah. Those were fun nights. Yeah.
You know, it's funny looking at our like the channel that I'm running now because it's grown, but like there was a lot of nights where like I was just a tiny little creator, just like everybody else. No one knew who I was. And we all, we kind of built our brand the old fashioned way of just pounding the pavement.
Absolutely.
Also, not to rile up some of my guests, because some people get mad when I say this. It also really helps to be a white fucking male. Like the amount of people that give me the benefit of the doubt for no other reason than they have a feeling that they can trust what I say is crazy.
It's called privilege for a reason, right?
Yeah, it is. It really is. But Dr. Thanks so much for coming up. Guys, if anyone needs therapy or wants to talk to a professional, I will always recommend Dr. Joe. I really cherish her work. And as I've stated before, we have an agreement now with Dr. Joe through Deconstruction Junction and elsewhere to we have like a formalized rate. So like if somebody can't afford the therapy, our charity Deconstruction, our DZ Foundation, we have money allocated to help pay for people's therapy, and we have an agreed upon rate with Dr. Joe for that. So please never let your insurance or anything like that come between you and getting the therapy you need. I really am a firm believer in it, and we'll do everything we can to make sure that you guys get what you need. So let me know if that's a problem for you. We'll make things happen.
Yeah, I definitely want people to get the other, the debates and the discussion and the content is one thing. But if what you need is, in addition to that, the support, and one of your earlier questions tonight talked about identity, or maybe it was earlier today, because I think I've watched all your things today. They were talking about identity and learning where your values and morals and identity come from in the absence of a formal deity or formal faith community can be a process that you can reach out to somebody who's walked that path themselves, but also has additional training and information. Can be super helpful.
It can be daunting. I don't know if you remember when you were in the faith. For those who don't know, Dr. Joe used to be a Christian. She went to seminary just like me. But I remember being a Christian back when I was like a firm believer. And I remember I was in a conversation with somebody, and it was like they were struggling with like their purpose in life. And I remember thinking to myself as a Christian, like, why is anyone struggling with this? Your purpose in life is to serve God. Like, this is not even something. And then I remember, years later becoming an atheist, thinking like, oh, now I can see why this is a struggle, because once no one's dictating your purpose to you, now you have to actually think. Now you're like, oh, what the fuck am I going to do with my life? And so I can see why this is probably a common occurrence for other people, right?
Absolutely. And for me, it was like a double moral injury, right? So it was the first leaving Christianity, and then later I deconstructed my 12-step understanding. And that also gave identity and purpose. And the whole 12th step is about serving others and practicing these principles in all your affairs. And that sounds benign on the surface. That's another thing I can help support people in, is if they want to construct other high control settings. But I didn't know who or what I was without, I'm Joanne and I'm an alcoholic, right? And I'm not saying I drink, because I don't. It'll be 35 years in May, but
congrats.
But learning what my values and principles are emerging from me and not top down.
Yeah. And remind me too, you are also working with the Secular Therapy Project?
I am. I'm listed on, I'm not, I should really do some, speaking of values, right? I should do some of the request for content and other things that they do. But I am listed. I've been vetted by them, and I'm one of the therapists that they have on their directory.
Okay, awesome.
Mhm.
Well, Dr.
Yeah.
Joe, thanks so much for coming up. I think the person you were looking for is going to be Matthew. I think Matthew is going to be sending you a message.
Okay.
So look for Matthew. We talked a little bit, and hopefully Matthew will reach out and possibly get a little bit of help. If I remember correctly, I think Matthew was also the one that was suffering with a little bit of ADHD, having trouble putting his thoughts together. That happens certainly sometimes. But yeah, I think it was Matthew.
Okay. There was a couple of questions in the chat, then I'll stop down real quick. I can't practice traditional psychotherapy across state lines, but I can practice deconstruction support. So we can talk about that offline to answer that question for you. So yeah.
Yeah, because every state has different requirements, right?
Sort of. Our licensure is based on the state that you live in. So some states are easier. Now there are some compacts and some ways to get other state licensures more easily than there used to be. So there's ways to get around that. And I'm also online licensed for Florida as well as Texas. But if it is actual deconstruction support, I can provide that through a coaching role.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
All right.
thanks for the time, Dr. Joe. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to chat.
Have a great one. I sent Dr. Joe a message. We have to follow up still yet. I want to do a series on my main channel of like tricks, tips and things that you can do during your deconstruction to deal with the mental and emotional ramifications of what's happening. I think it's gonna be really good. Basically, my Dr. Joe didn't agree to it yet, so I don't want to speak for her, but I was hoping I can get her on my channel. I can ask her a lot of really helpful questions about how to cope with different scenarios while you're deconstructing, and I can get like a really good answer, being that she's a professional. But we have to work it out. I have to talk to her still yet. Lahir says, "Good day, Justin. Are there any sins that cannot be forgiven?" Well, the only one listed in the Gospels is the unforgivable sin, which, as far as I can tell, is called blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, which is the act of seeing the Holy Spirit do a miracle and then calling it demonic. That seems to be what Jesus is alluding to. So I don't really see that this is going to happen in the real world. I don't think people are going to ever be guilty of blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, being that Jesus isn't out here casting out demons anymore. And Michelle Dricker says, I think I was asking about all the things they say not to do, and I thought that one was to not wear gold. There is a passage in the New Testament where Paul talks to women about not adorning themselves with gold, but that passage is really more about trying not to fancy yourself up to look important in church. There's a passage in Jeremiah about not adorning a tree with gold. That's about building idols. I can't specifically think of a passage where God instructs his people not to wear gold. I just can't. Maybe there is one. I've never heard of it. Hold on. I could do a word search. I mean, maybe there's a passage I just missed. But I can't think of one. In fact, that God tells his people that he'll bless them with gold. All right, let's go to Leviticus. Gold is only mentioned 3 times in Leviticus. And it's part of the turban outfit for the priests. It says he has set the turban on his head, and on the turban in front he has the set golden ornament, the holy diadem as the Lord has commanded Moses. Then we've got the lampstands made of gold and the tables of gold. So the only mention of gold in Leviticus seems to be God wanting his people to either wear or use gold. Deuteronomy doesn't have too many mentions. Says the images of their gods you shall burn with fire, referring to the foreign people. Do not covet their silver or gold that is on them, or take it for yourself, because you could be ensnared by it, for it is abhorrent to the Lord your God, which is typical. When God devotes a city to destruction, you're typically not allowed to take the gold. You have to light all the gold and all the vessels on fire. And it says in next chapter, when your herds and flocks have multiplied and your silver and gold is multiplied, all that you have has been multiplied. So God's going to multiply their silver and gold. Yeah, friend, I don't see anything in the Torah about not being allowed to wear gold. You might just have to find the verse for us and give us the exact verse. Faithless Devotion says, thank you so much for what you do. Can you discuss why there's something rather than nothing? Thanks in advance. Rock hard for Doug. Well, Faithless, this is the one question I've said repeatedly that not only do I not have an answer for it, but it fucking keeps me awake at night. Listen, my view is that there's never been nothing. In fact, the syllogism I use is you can't get something from nothing. We have something, therefore there was never nothing. It's logically valid and sound. The problem I have is it doesn't fix the problem of saying, why is there anything at all? Right? Because it doesn't make sense that there would be something rather than nothing. Right? It just feels instinctually that the starting point should be nothing. But there actually is no starting point, and there was never nothing. And it's weird because we don't know why. And I don't know if we'll ever know why. It might be that it's impossible to have nothing. That could be the case. We don't know that. But yeah, unfortunately, Faithless, this is like the one unanswered question that certainly I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody has a coherent answer for it. At least I've never heard an answer. And Christian says, I get it. No point making it more difficult. Sorry about that. I'm already learning a ton of stuff, so the rest of the community doesn't have to. Yes, Gretchen, listen, when I started trying to get my debates on YouTube, I did lots of experimenting. I did lots of testing. I tried multiple layouts and formats. And then I found what works and what didn't work. And I tried to guide people with that. Joel did the same thing. Mezzo did the same thing. Deconstruction did the same thing. It just seems to be a workable solution until they change the algorithm. So right now it seems to continually work, but we'll make sure you get your channel pumped up. And Simple Programmer says, props to YouTube Punk, YouTube Punk, for remembering that M, pretty sure, was the person with the child that had hell nightmares. Probably. YouTube Punk's sharp. They've got a good memory for sure. But yeah, I think that was the person, wasn't it? And Satan was framed. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, has anyone ever considered Paul to be the Antichrist in Revelation? No, I've never heard that before. Even though we know who the Antichrist is, since he taught against the law, distorted Jesus' message. I've never heard an argument for Paul being the Antichrist. You could definitely see some anti-Pauline doctrine in Revelation. But is Paul the Antichrist? No, I can't see it. It's hard for me to picture it. But listen, if you know somebody that's got an argument put down for this, send it to me. I'll read the argument. And last super chat from Pimpin Longbottom, and then we're gonna cut the live stream. It's 1 minute to midnight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, "Hey Justin, your clips make my work life tolerable. I don't have enough meaningful questions to call in, so just take my money." No worries, Pippin. Totally appreciate you. And try to clip and have as many streams as possible. Try to educate as many people as possible as well, so that y'all have the ammunition you need. Also, it's just good entertainment watching a theist get cooked, isn't it? Like, it's just fun. I enjoy it. So thank you for supporting the live stream. It's friends and supporters like y'all that make the live stream possible. I told you a million times, I can't do what I do without y'all. Y'all are the ones that are making this possible. I just get up here and I talk, and sometimes I get to have fun and cook people. But y'all are the community that has surrounded me is what actually makes all this possible. So big thank you to everybody in the community. When I have Sundays like this where I don't go late on other channels, I'll try to do more Q&As because I think there's definitely demand for it. I don't know how big the demand is, but I know there's demand for it every so often. So thank you so much for being here, friends. I really love and appreciate you. I'll be live again tomorrow, Monday night, as per usual. And have a great night. We'll see you then.